5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are live, ladies and gentlemen. I'm hoping that everything is looking correct and okay. I'm just gonna make sure, I'm still pretty new to this. But it looks like we are going. Okay, right. Well, here we are live again. This is my second live stream. Lots of messages in the chat. Hello, everyone. Yes, it's very cool to see everyone send through messages. This is wow. Okay, we have over 1,500 people watching already. So here's the thing, right? I was sat here and it's 2,000 people watching right now. Okay, so I was sat there, almost 3,000 people watching right now, that's scary. So here's the thing, so I was sat there in the waiting room, and obviously, everyone was just sat there waiting, and it was saying on my YouTube thing that there was like 30 people waiting, and I was like, well the stream that we did before, there was like over 1,000 people waiting. I must have missed some big event this Sunday, that means that no one's available to actually watch any form of live stream, but it looks like, no, people have turned up in their thousands. Hello everyone, welcome back to another Sunday Big Dig live stream. Today we're going to be doing something a tiny bit different, in that we are going to be doing the thing. I mean, hang on, give me a second. It looks like okay, yeah, everything seems to be why are none of my alert boxes working? How peculiar. They don't seem to be coming. So the alerts are coming up on the screen, that's fine. But the actual names and things like that don't appear to be working. I wonder what that's all about. Okay, not the finest start to the stream. I was testing all of this yesterday as well, and it seemed to be working. But now it's that is very peculiar. Give me just a couple of seconds to work this out. Professional live streaming as per usual. Let's see. I'll see what the moderators are saying, because they tend to be much better at this sort of thing than I am. Okay, so if we find this. Hang on. Oh, okay, okay. It just started working. It just seems to be really, really behind. All right. It looks like things are kind of functioning correctly. You know what? I'm not 100% certain. Whatever. Okay. Not the strongest start to my stream, but you know what? Okay, there's just sometimes you have to deal with these strange, kind of odd technical problems that, they go all over the place. Anyway, how is everyone? I hope everyone is good. We are now live on YouTube. I just spent 4 minutes doing my settings, but now we are officially live. Like, this is the official start of the live stream. It's very good to have you all here. We're going to mess around doing another super relaxed live stream today. Just kind of making my way through, essentially, just digging this gigantic hole. I mean, that is it. We've got this enormous hole right here with 1.2 million blocks that need to be cleared out, and I'm going to try my best to get rid of a decent chunk of them in today's live stream, because, as you guys know, we want to build a ridiculous witch farm. And for those of you who have been watching my redstone videos, you will know that we have been doing a little bit of work on creating what is essentially a super awesome automated system for doing this. So we're going to be chucking in some slime blocks, we're going to be chucking in some TNT duplicators, we're basically going to be going the full 9 yards, but the first thing that we have to do is we need to get rid of all of the water. And there's still a decent amount of water, and the way that these automatic things work is that obviously they're going to go back and forth like this, so we need to make sure that pretty much all the water is cleared. Now, I have no clue how much progress we're going to make in today's live stream. Once again, I have absolutely no idea how long I'm going to be live streaming for. I mean, that tends to be the way that I do things here, in that I'm just going to live stream until essentially I get tired. And last time we went for the best part of 5 hours, so we'll probably go for another 5 hours again. I mean, I don't know. You never know with this sort of thing. But last time was incredibly good fun, and I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone who got involved, because it was just a really, really cool experience, and it definitely got me fired up to do more live streams, which is why I'm back here again. And we're just going to be chilling. We're just going to be having a nice, chilled out live stream, digging out holes. And I'm trying my best to read through the chat. I'm seeing a lot of things that featured in the previous live stream, such as boring buy. I've already seen one boring buy. I've just seen a cool green. I've seen a banana. Okay, so this is all good. It's all good. It's good to see that the sayings from the previous live stream are still going strong. Anyway, I'm hoping that this quarter should be relatively easy, even though, as is very typical, my connection to the server when it comes to placing blocks seems to be a tiny bit on the slow side. Imagine how much more sand I would be able to place if all I had to do is, if every single sand block that I actually placed didn't disappear. We'd be able to do it about 3 times as fast. Come on. Wow, we've just passed 10,000 viewers. That is totally ridiculous already. We've been up for maybe 5 minutes. I mean, probably about 4 minutes in total without the technical problems. The technical problems, you know, you always have to have them. When you first start up a live stream, you have to have some form of technical issue. Okay, there's no two ways about it. It's just the way that it has to go. So that's how it is. All right. Need some sponge, my back. Oh no, I'm good for sponge. We're gonna do it the old-fashioned way. To be honest, I mean, I said this in the previous live stream. So when it comes to filling in areas with water or with blocks, so clearing out water, sponge to me is always so much more frustrating than doing it manually. Like, I always find it so frustrating doing sponges because you have to build up the grids and everything like that. And even though it may be faster, I just get so frustrated by doing it. You know what is frustrating? Actually eating. Cool Grian, he's gone on vacation. I mean, yeah, he's currently out of the country. I suppose I probably could call him, but he'd be in Norway, and that would cost me a lot of money. Do you remember the days? I don't even know if is that still a thing that exists? So if you call someone, because I remember, you know, it used to be that I have family in Australia. It used to be that my mum would be on the phone to them for like an hour, and then she'd be like, oh, that's going to be about £100, and she'd be panicking and everything like that. Is that still a thing? Is there still like massive international phone charges, or has the internet kind of done away with that sort of thing? I'm not sure. Because obviously you could just use WhatsApp or Skype. I mean, you can go through the internet, and then I guess you don't get those crazy calling charges. I'm not 100% certain. I mean, it seems very, very antiquated that I can do a live stream that currently nearly 12,000 people are watching, and I'm doing it for free. There's no cost involved with this. It has a video. It's going out to 12,000 people. That's using a lot of bandwidth. But me calling someone that I know in a different country, that is going to cost me a fortune. Yeah, that seems quite old-fashioned to me. But then again, I guess home phones. I don't have a home phone anymore. That seems old-fashioned to me as well. Like back in the day when you would have to. I remember the number of times you'd ring up your friends. See, now this is strange because I consider myself still pretty young. Like I'm 23 23. I forgot my own age then. But yeah, I'm 23, and I would consider myself a young person. But there are people who are listening to this right now who are obviously far younger, who are probably thinking, what is he talking about, a home phone? What does he mean there's a phone that's wired to the wall? Why would you have something like that? But the way it used to work is, you'd ring up your friends asking if they wanted to go out, and then you'd often, like, the parent would answer, and you'd be like, can I speak to my friend, please? Thank you. Well, actually, no, you'd say, hello, Mrs. How are you? You'd have a little conversation, then you'd be like, can you pass me on to Tom now, please? Thank you. Those are the days. I kind of miss that sort of thing. There's something very nostalgic about that. Like, now I'd be freaked out. If I rang someone that I knew and somebody else answered the phone, I'd be like, what on earth is going on? Like, what has happened? Thank you to the people that are already warning me about my shovel. Yeah, I did notice that my shovel is running low on durability. Well, I've actually had to go out and mine all of this extra sand just before the live stream started, because I realized that in the previous live stream, when Grian was being a little bit overzealous with his TNT, he blew up all of my sand shulker boxes. So we had to go out and gather up some more, which is no problem. The TNT was such a massive help, and it's kind of what gave me the inspiration to do these crazy auto digger type things that we're going to be constructing. And in theory, I mean, once we actually fill in the entire area with the blocks, because we need to get rid of all the water, once we've done that, like, we should be good to go in terms of just literally setting up 40 of these machines, which I don't know how long it's going to take for me to build 40 of them. I mean, it took me maybe, if it takes me 10 minutes each one, then that's 400 minutes. Which is actually, yeah, that's a lot of minutes. How many hours is that? That's, what, 6.5 hours? Okay, so there's still a lot of work to do. But, I mean, we did the calculations, didn't we, for mining out the 1.2 million blocks by hand, and it worked out at being something crazy like 40 hours total of live streaming. And obviously this is something that I've always said is going to be a purely live stream project. So whenever I really want to, I'm going to dip into this project and we're going to do it live, just because this is the sort of thing that I like. It's kind of like a side project along with all the things that I'm doing on my base. We're also going to be working on this, and this is purely going to be for those of you who watch the live stream. So it will very rarely feature in my YouTube videos, to be honest with you. Obviously, once the farm's done, then we'll use it in the YouTube videos, and there's a chance that I'll actually build up the witch farm itself in a YouTube videos, just because doing that on a live stream is going to be a nightmare. I'm pretty bad at technical redstone when I'm doing it live. In fact, I'm a tiny bit worried about building up these automatic machines, because I'm probably going to mess up everything and really embarrass myself. But all of this is going to be happening on the live stream. So for those of you who watch the live streams, you'll be able to watch this side project. For those of you who don't, then obviously you're not watching right now, so this doesn't really address anyone. But they will miss out on this project, essentially. That's kind of how I'm doing it. I'm appreciating all the spoons in the chat. I've just seen a ton of emojis of spoons fly past, so that's always good. And yes, I mean, yeah, I'm seeing a lot of comments from people saying that I should use sponges. This happened in the previous live stream, and as I've said many times, sponges, they don't do it for me. I don't actually like them that much. I think they really need to be improved. I think, what? Hang on, wait. Wait, what? Medley Bird? I had not seen that on the top super chatter. £385.69. And all they've said is Iscal Architects lol. Wow. Well, thank you ever so much. I mean, with that sort of donation, we might need to get you as a member of Architects. Blimey. Medley Bird Architects lol. That's insane. Well, thank you ever so much. I mean, that's a completely bonkers quantity of money. Thank you. I cannot say thank you enough for that. That is totally ridiculous. I mean, one thing that I really did struggle with, and it's also partly because, I mean, I used to do live streams in the past, and I would spend tons upon tons of time in those live streams reading out, obviously, all the donations and everything like that. And, I mean, it was tricky for the viewers because I would sometimes spend like half an hour reading through donations and things like that. So what I do is I kind of skim through and I read out certain messages here and there. But in the previous live stream, it was so difficult to keep up with. So I'm going to try my best to be a little bit better on that in today's live stream. But remember, I'm still new to all of this. I mean, I used to live stream in the past, way back in the day. And that was probably like 4 years ago now, back in Hermitcraft Season 3, when I had the Ice Spikes base. But yeah, I've only ever, other than those back in the day, I've only done one live stream. So this is my second live stream ever. There's 14,000 people watching me do it, which no pressure then. And I'm still kind of learning the ropes, as you saw at the start of this thing with me booting up my live streaming software and things not working correctly. So it's all a learning curve for me. Everything will get smoother as time goes on, but I do really enjoy the format of live streaming, and it's something that is a completely different skill to video making. I always used to think of them as being fairly similar in that, you know, you could make a live stream in the same way that you do a video, and that simply isn't the case, because obviously a live format just works totally differently to a video, and that means that you kind of have to, I would say with live streams, you kind of take it down about 4 notches and just have a much more chilled out time. Lots less things happening, but the whole point of a live stream is it's like the continuous journey and the kind of rawness and uncutness of you guys being able to watch while I'm doing this. I mean, just imagine. All of this would be completely cut out of a Hermitcraft episode, and you wouldn't be able to see the beautiful, exciting footage of me gradually placing stacks upon stacks of sand into a river. Can you imagine if you had missed this? Can you imagine if you had never witnessed this in your life? If you had died after a long and happy life without seeing this gorgeous feat of beautiful Minecraft playing? Yeah, I'm sure you probably wouldn't have. I'm sure you wouldn't be that bothered, actually. It's just, as I say, this is I mean, you guys know what you're getting yourselves into. You know, we're doing digging. These are the digging streams. I'm playing Minecraft while watching. That's the way to do it. I remember there was a lot of people last time when I was reading through the chat. You were just kind of doing other things while it was on in the background. There was one guy that was painting his room. I had a little bit of a... I kind of misread his message. I thought he was doing painting in his room. I was picturing a beautiful scene with him set up with like an easel and a canvas in front of him painting a beautiful picture. And instead he was actually just painting his room, which is a lot less glamorous. But it's cool to hear that you guys are just kind of chilling out, doing your own thing, and then having me going in the background. I wish I could live stream in the background. I wish I could be... Maybe one day I'll paint my room and live stream it. That could be the move. Big thank you to... I can't even say your name. Bayisis? Yeah, Bayisis? I couldn't quite read it. It had a Y and an I in lots of different places, and I couldn't quite work it out. But they just gave $20 in the super chat, and also gave me a banana emoji, which I much appreciate. I really like the fact that pretty much every single one of the things that I've done in the past on the Hermitcraft server, things like calling someone a spoon, or, you know, the bananas thing, anything like that, they seem to have emojis attached to them, which means that people can put them in the chat, which is fantastic. Oh, a big thanks to Rove the Land Rover as well, for super chatting $2. I actually follow them on Instagram. That's very cool. Oh, it's nice to have you in the stream. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm big into Land Rover Defenders. I have one myself. And these guys, they're based in Australia. And they have a super, super cool old school Land Rover that they just use to trek around in Australia, which is kind of the dream. That's such a cool way to be. So that's awesome. Thank you ever so much. There's so many there's so many things. There's diggy holes coming up. I appreciate those. Those are like old school references right there. Love it. What is the big dig for? That's a good question. Yeah, so what we're doing, because I guess I haven't explained this yet, and I haven't really explained it too much, really. I've just been kind of digging, and then people have just been turning up and watching. So the whole point of this live stream, and the whole point of me digging this gigantic hole, is so that my witch farm works efficiently, right? So here is the witch hut, and it is, yeah, it's standing tall right there. And the way that witch huts work in Minecraft is obviously they kind of work just like regular a bit like a Guardian farm. I know it's not even like Guardian farm because I think Guardian spawning is outside of general mob spawning. So the way that a witch hut works is it actually relies on general mob spawning. So there's no other types of mobs that can spawn on the inside of a witch hut. The only type of mob that can spawn on the inside of a witch hut is a witch. So when it begins to get dark, obviously the game will begin trying to spawn mobs all over the place. And if a mob tries to spawn on the inside of a witch hut, it will automatically be a witch. Okay, so if the game goes, we want to spawn a mob here, the game will go, okay, witch. There we go. So that's kind of how that works. And that means that to make your witch farm efficient, you need to make sure that no other mobs can spawn. Because obviously, if mobs can spawn on all of this land around the witch hut, then not many witches are going to spawn there because there's a much higher chance of a mob spawning out here than there is of a mob spawning inside that 7x7 area. So that means that essentially what we need to do is we need to make all of the blocks around the witch farm completely unspawnable. Now you can do this in a number of ways. We could have just completely slabbed the thing and then filled in all of the caves underneath. To be honest, that would have been smarter. I mean... if I could go back in time and do that, then I probably would. Or cover it in buttons like Iskall did for his wither farm. But what we've chosen to do is completely clear out all of the blocks around it, just because I think that would look spectacular. Having that farm and then a massive hole around it fully cleared out, I think it will look really, really cool, essentially. So that's kind of why we're doing it, and it's going to make our witch farm really, really efficient. And in theory, we should get around about 4,000 items an hour from this thing, which includes things like glowstone, redstone. We'll be getting all of... What else do you get from witches? Sticks. I suppose we'll get a bunch of sticks. Sticks are quite handy. But the main ones are glowstone and redstone. Obviously, you've seen that I kind of struggle with redstone resources. We do a lot of really, really big redstone projects, and that means that we kind of run out of redstone resources quite frequently. So to have a fully automatic supply of redstone resources, I can just go over AFK overnight at this thing and then gather up tons of them. It's going to be pretty awesome. And of course, with our new Amazon in Minecraft formulating and our new business starting to boom with the architects and Iskall and Grian and everyone like that, you know, the whole point of Amazon, the reason that Amazon is so successful is because they literally sell everything and they can do it really, really cheaply with very little effort from Amazon themselves. For example, have you ever seen footage of the inside of an Amazon warehouse? Like, in all seriousness, because I saw... Well, first off, when Grian and I were actually looking up, we were doing some inspiration kind of Googling, trying to find out how we should make the Amazon store look. And we were just looking up the inside of Amazon warehouses, which... it's like a whole world on the inside of there. You could probably fit a town on the inside of a lot of Amazon warehouses. It's completely bonkers. But also, have you seen how Amazon does it? Like, they have shelves, right? They have these little robots that go along the floor, and then they have shelves and shelves and shelves of items. Because I always wondered how it happens that I order something, and then it can arrive within 2 hours of me ordering it from Amazon. I always thought that was just completely bonkers. And the way that they do it is they essentially have these shelves that they have set up, and they have all the items on them. And these little robots know exactly what items are on what shelf, right? So when you order something and you say, I want an iPhone charger and I want it to arrive within 2 hours, this little robot goes, okay, Mumbo wants an iPhone charger and he wants it within 2 hours. I'm going to go and find the shelf that has that on, pick up the shelf, bring it to a person. They can then take the item off the shelf and post it to Ollie, and it will get to him within 2 hours. I mean, how crazy is that? So instead of having robots that pick items up off the shelves, which always seem really, really complicated to me, these robots actually pick up the shelves and bring the shelves to people. It's so interesting, and it's so crazy to watch, because it looks like something out of Harry Potter. You just have these shelves going back and forth. It's really, really strange, but super cool. And we have just made our way through one full inventory of sand, and we have not even made a dent on on the water. I mean, how much have we done? We've probably done half. No, we haven't even done half. And this is a very watery quarter. We have actually got a lot of water to fill in, but thankfully this area is very shallow. So we're in like a bit of a deep section right now, but once we clear it, we've cleared it. And yes, I do see people telling me to use sponges. No matter how much you tell me to use sponges, I'm not using them. I don't like them, and I don't want to use them, and I'm never going to use them. So there, I'm going to be super stubborn. I'm putting the foot down. I'm saying no. No sponges. Right, I don't even know why I'm grabbing sand from these chests. I have so much sand stored up in those chests. So where are the chests over there? I can't remember where I put my chest. But I have so much sand stored up in chests over there that, yeah, I really don't need to be going here. But regardless, you know, I'm one of those people, I always go about doing things backwards. And wow, my taking off skills are top notch. It's almost impossible to read the chat. Use flying machines to clear the water. Oh, that's not a bad... I mean, it's a good idea. It is a good idea. It's a cool idea. But we're using a lot of flying machines today already. So I think for now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the sand. And then we'll use flying machines to clear out all of my sand, essentially, with TNT. I am excited to get all of these running, though. We are going to have to gather up a few redstone resources. In theory, I should have everything. But you never know. But no, it's so difficult to keep up with the chat. I mean, with 16,000 people watching, which is fantastic, by the way. Once again, I mean, I'm filled with so much self-doubt, and anyone who knows me will know this. Everything I do, I always expect it to fail. And I don't know why this is, okay? I have no clue. But everything I do, I either expect it to fail or I think is awful. Even if I'm kind of proud of it, I'm always somewhat disappointed. No, that's not true. But like, for example, with the filming stuff, you know, we film plenty of really cool projects and we get loads of opportunities, and the response to the films is fantastic, and I am proud of how much progress I've managed to make in filmmaking over the years of doing it. But hilariously, I just think everything that I do on there is completely awful, just because I don't know why that is. I've always been like that, though. Everything that I do, I always see like the worst in it, and then the reason that I think it's beneficial is because I see the worst in it and then I want to improve it. If I thought everything I did was brilliant, then I wouldn't try and improve it, and that would mean that I would never get any better. So I suppose it's a kind of healthy mentality to have, but it is slightly kind of self-destructive. And when I was going into this live stream today, I was like, okay, so we did pretty well on the first live stream. You know, we did well. We managed to get tons and tons of people to watch. Everyone seemed to really enjoy it. Everyone had a good time. But this live stream is going to be awful. Like, no one's going to enjoy it, and no one's going to turn up to it. The gimmick will be over. But it seems like people are actually having a good time, which is fantastic. I don't know why that is. I've been like it ever since I was a kid. I used to get so obsessive with BMXing. Back before I grew really tall. For those of you who don't know, I'm 6 foot. Well, I think I'm 6'4". Back before I grew really tall, I used to be heavily into BMXing, and I used to be obsessed with landing tricks. So I would get down to the skate park, it would bother me all night, and then I would get to the skate park as early as was kind of semi-sensible. So I would get there probably at like 6 or 7 in the morning, and I would be there until probably about 10 o'clock at night when it got dark. And then eventually when I got a little bit older, I was allowed to go to a skate park that was further away that had lights, and then I was able to stay there until 12 o'clock at night. And all of this was fueled entirely by Dr. Pepper because I didn't have enough money to buy food. Well, I had enough money to buy food. This is what's ridiculous. So I got given £2 a day to go to the skate park, and that was enough to buy food. But because I was strange, I just much preferred Dr. Pepper, so I used to drink that and not eat. So ridiculous. So I used to be like this. I used to be this just absolutely tiny skinny because I was probably burning about 10,000 calories a day at the skate park, just trying my best to land tricks and go ham. And I would only be drinking Dr. Pepper, albeit I would drink lots of Dr. Pepper. I hate to think what my insides look like from those years, because I would drink like 4 liters of Dr. Pepper a day, but not eat anything. Looking back, yeah, that's not healthy. I do not recommend that. This is not something that I recommend to anyone. But that's just how I used to do it. And I was never one of those kids to come home for lunch, because if I went home for lunch, then I'd be away from the skate park for like 2 hours, and who knows, those extra 2 hours could have really helped me and I could have landed the trick. And I used to fall off all the time as well. I mean, obviously when you're trying to learn tricks, you will fall off all the time, but I was always that kid in school. Like, it must have looked awful now that I think about it, but whenever we did PE at school, so that's physical education, I don't know, I guess gym, I think you guys in America call it gym. Yeah, whenever we used to do that, I mean, you had to wear shorts for it, and my legs would just be always just black and blue from smashing the pedals into my legs, smashing the frame into my legs, falling off the bike and landing on the floor, all that sort of thing. It must have looked terrible now that I think about it. But that's how I used to do it. And I mean, one other thing, and this, trust me, all of this stuff I do not recommend to anyone. So I built my bike when I got my first job as a paper round. So that part of the story, you know, when I first started out, I got given £2 a day. Eventually I got a paper round, and then I was earning, I think, about £20 a week. So it still worked out to being about £2 a day, because then I didn't get pocket money anymore because I had a job. So it still worked out to be about £2 a day that I had. And as I say, I would just spend it on Dr. Pepper. And I used this money. Not only did I spend it on Dr. Pepper, but I also saved a lot of it, and I built up my BMX. So I built my BMX from scratch. I didn't bother with buying any pre-made BMXs or anything like that. I bought the frame, I bought the forks, I bought the wheels, I bought everything. The cranks, everything, and I put it all together I think I was like 13 when I did this. So yeah, because I remember, because it was when I first got my job, and I saved up all my paychecks, and then I bought this BMX frame, and I couldn't understand this, but my mum was not upset. There was no way that she was upset, but she was a little bit concerned that I was going to buy this BMX frame and never build up the rest of the bike, because obviously, you know, it was expensive. It was going to cost me, I think I worked it out in a spreadsheet, it was going to cost me like £800 to build this bike, and obviously when you're on £20 a week, that's a lot of money to save up. And my mum was very concerned that if I bought this BMX frame, which was the most expensive part of the bike, I think it was about £200, she was worried that I wasn't going to buy the rest of the bike. She was worried that I was just going to have a frame, and then none of the other parts I would end up purchasing, and I would have wasted my money. And at the time, I didn't understand this, because my mentality was always just, I'm going to build the bike. Like, what's the big deal? Like, I'm going to build the bike. So it's not a problem. But now that I look back, yeah, I can totally understand my mum's perspective of, don't waste your money. You need to make sure that you can actually afford this before you start buying that stuff. But I was just always that kid. I was just focused on that, and I just knew that that's what I wanted to do. So I built up this BMX, and I mean, there's a few stories about that. First off, the one thing that I definitely wanted with this BMX is that I didn't want to have any brakes. Partly because that meant that you could spin the handlebars as many times as you liked without the brake cables getting tangled up. And also because I didn't want to be able to chicken out of things once I'd committed to them. So if you go up to a ramp a little bit too fast, there's really no way for you to slow down. You just kind of have to commit to it, and then you're forced to get better. That was my mentality. So that was the first thing. I didn't buy brakes. And then also, when I had finished up the BMX, I'd bought all the parts. I got my cranks, which is what the pedals attached to, so I'd got those. But I didn't have enough money to buy a sprocket and a chain. Okay, those are the last parts. I'd left those to the end. Didn't have enough money for a sprocket and a chain, so there was no way for me to pedal this bike. But I still wanted to ride it, because obviously, you know, I'd spent the best part of a year building up this BMX part by part. It had been stored in my bedroom. So what I did is I just went, you know what, I'm going to put the cranks on, I'm going to put the pedals on, we're not going to have a sprocket or a chain for the next couple of weeks, and I'm going to push my bike to the skate park. So that's what I did. So I essentially had a BMX that I couldn't pedal or anything like that. I just had to basically use momentum and just keep my momentum, essentially, around the skate park. And I used my bike like that for probably the best part of 4 weeks. So yeah, that's how it was. That's how it was back then. And it worked well. I heavily enjoyed it. It was really fun using a BMX without having any form of means of propulsion, because it meant that you had to get really good at maintaining your speed and really good at kind of keeping things smooth. You don't want to hang a back wheel or anything like that. You really want to be as smooth as possible, and yeah, it was cool. It made me really good at just creating speed out of nowhere. So to anyone who's interested in BMXing or skateboarding or anything like that, I suppose skateboarding, you don't have pedals. But yeah, if anyone's interested in BMXing, if you want to get really good at maintaining your speed and being smooth and like a clean BMX rider, I would highly suggest riding your BMX for a month without any pedals or a sprocket. No, pedals are a must, without any sprocket or chain. That's the way to do it. Yeah. But I do recommend the brakes. That's another thing. I mean, obviously, my mum was not particularly happy. I had a black bike, and I always used to wear pretty much all black. I had no lights on this bike, and I had no brakes, and I used to ride it home from the skate park late at night. My mum always used to tell me that that was a bad idea, but yeah, I didn't think so at the time. It didn't even go through my head that that was stupid. And now I look back and I go, that's really stupid. Why? I would never do that now. I think that mentality changes when you can drive. Like, I always used to think, well, it's obvious that I'm here. Look, it's very easy to see me. But the thing is, when you can drive, you start to realize quite how difficult it is to see something that has no lights. I always used to think that cars could see me. It was just like an extra safety feature to have lights and reflectors and everything like that. But no, now that I can drive, it's a big hazard to have someone in all black with a black bike in the dark. Don't do it. It's very silly. It's amazing that I managed to make it here today. Seriously. Because I would be, it was about 3 miles to get to the skate park, and I would be riding. It was so funny. I mean, I'm sorry I'm going on a nostalgia session here, but I really feel like it. And I will actually, after this stream is over, I'll post a few pictures on Twitter of my BMX riding so that you can see, because I'm sure I've got a few of them lying around. So I'll show you guys what I used to be like. But yeah, I mean, it was a funny time. It was funny. I used to walk home from school. I used to walk home as fast as possible. And on nice days, if it was sunny, like, I used to walk home with my friends. But if it was a sunny day, I would be like, see ya. I'm not walking home with you guys. You guys walk too slowly. You stop off at the shop and you hang around. And I don't want to do that because it's a nice day. I want to get to the skate park. So I would basically sprint home. Before I even got through the door, I would have my school uniform pretty much off. I would run through the house in my pants, pretty much. I would chuck on my jeans, which I'll get onto those in a second. I would chuck on my jeans and a t-shirt, just pick anything up, and then I would run back out the door. Well, I'd pick up my BMX because I used to keep my BMX in my bedroom. I would then run down the stairs with my BMX, basically jump out the door, jump on the BMX, and then just bomb it to the skate park, and I'd always be the first one there. That's just how I used to do it. So funny when you look back. Like, I used to be so committed, and I couldn't see. I always assumed that I would ride BMXs for my entire life. I always assumed that I could not see myself ever stopping, and then gradually as I got older, obviously, I got taller. That was unfortunate. I was really upset about that because, you know, there's no 6'5" or 6'4" BMXs really, because the BMXs by definition are pretty small. So yeah, there was none of that. And yeah, I just started to grow out of it. I lost the motivation for it. It was really, really strange. But I look back on those times with fondness, and yeah, it teaches you a lot. It also teaches you a lot about, you know, doing something difficult and sticking with it, and hoping to get to like a positive end goal, like landing a new trick. It was if it was like, there was a few tricks that obviously you can try out without injuring yourself, but there's a few things like when we used to ride trails, which is big jumps and things like that you'd make in the forest with your friends. When you used to do that, I mean, you'd build up some massive jumps with a huge gap in the middle of them, and when you'd really have to commit, and if you mess up, it really, really hurt. And there was something about that kind of conquering your fear and sticking with it, and even though you've just injured yourself, kind of brushing yourself off and giving it another go. I think those are kind of life lessons that are really, really valuable, and I'm very glad that I committed myself to it back when I was younger. And I mean, if I have kids in the future, I certainly hope that they get into that sort of sport, because it's such an awesome sport. It's so cool, and yeah, it teaches you a lot. And it's such a nice community as well. Like, I know skate parks get a bit of a bad rep, and obviously, you know, there's definitely some shady activities that happen at a lot of skate parks. I'm not denying that, but for the most part, all the people at the skate park are absolutely lovely. And I remember having just nothing but really, really great times at the skate park, just chilling out with everyone, and yeah, having fun basically, just basically riding, yeah, as much as you can. Anyway, sorry, I have gone off on the biggest tangent. I'm seeing a few boring by. Some people saying shovel by. But no, I mean, it's interesting because, you know, that's a part of my life that no longer exists. Like 10 years ago, right now, it's a nice day, I would have been at the skate park. 10 years ago today, I would have been at the skate park, and I would have been, you know, trying my hardest to do whatever, and now I'm doing something completely different, and I haven't thought about BMXing or the skate park or anything like that for years, when I used to be obsessed. I used to buy all the BMXing magazines, I used to watch all the YouTube videos, everything. I used to look up to certain BMXers so much. Like, there was this one BMXer. He was actually a local at one of the skate parks that I used to skate BMX at, who had dreadlocks, and I was like, I really want to get dreadlocks. That's how committed I was. That's how much I used to be like a massive fanboy of these people. I used to read up everything. When there was a profile on them in like Ride UK BMX magazine, I would be reading it, and I'd be doing the same things they were. Like, they'd talk about their favorite TV shows, and I'd watch the TV shows. I was like the full 9 yards, all the way committed to being like a mega fan of these BMX people, and it's so funny to look back. I was like a full blown BMX nerd, and I wasn't really into like the what was it called? Like the Mountain Dew games. I can't even remember what it was called. It was called something, but yeah, I wasn't really into that. I was more into like the street BMXs and those guys. But yeah, interesting anyway. It's funny looking back at what you used to be interested in. To the people in the chat, what things did you used to really be interested in when you were younger that you've now kind of fallen out of interest with? I'd be curious to know, because I mean, I'm trying to think if there was anything else. I mean, I'm definitely a little bit upset about the fact that I've kind of fallen out of surfing a little bit, and that kind of upsets me a tiny bit, because surfing used to be like not necessarily a big part of my life, because I didn't used to do it that much, but I used to be so into it. I used to love watching surfing and everything like that. So I'm a little bit upset that that's fallen out. But then I've picked up a bunch of other new hobbies as well, like classic cars and yeah, filmmaking and things like that. I'm big into those too now. But it's yeah, I'm interested to know. Football. Someone's just said football. That's interesting. World of Tanks. I like that. Yeah, I suppose video games to a certain extent. Some video games you used to be heavily into that you've now fallen out of love with. Lego. Oh, what a good one. Yeah. I remember that. Before I got into BMXing, I was heavily into Lego. And this was before I got a job. So I would always, every single Christmas and birthday, my mum would ask me what I wanted. And I would be guaranteed to say, new Lego set, Star Wars Lego set. I remember I got a giant Darth Vader head, and I was always very, very impressed by that. I got the Millennium Falcon. I was quite big into Star Wars when I was a kid, so I got a few Star Wars things. What did I get? I got a C-3PO, I think. I think I got a C-3PO head. I think I'm getting them mixed up. I don't know if I got Darth Vader. I think I got C-3PO. I'm not 100% certain now. But yeah, I was hugely into those. Skateboarding. Lots of trains. That's an interesting one. Had a lot of friends that were heavily into trains. That's really cool. Dungeons and Dragons, Warhammer, another one. Like that's such a good one. Warhammer. I had one Warhammer set. That was the one thing that I didn't really get into, actually, now that I think about. Yeah, no, I didn't. But that's a really, really interesting one. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that are saying surfing as well. How interesting. And a lot of people that are surprised that I surf in the UK. Yeah, I mean, surfing in the UK is not quite as glamorous as surfing in places like Hawaii and Bali and all the crazy spots that some of you guys across the pond have. But it's kind of... I mean, so for example, at this time of year, you can surf, but good luck with it. I mean, you have to be fully wetsuited up, kind of like a 7mm wetsuit, really. You have to have a hood, you have to have gloves, you have to have the boots and everything. Because I actually did it this time last year. In fact, earlier. I think I went on like January the 14th. And I remember I was there with Vicky, because Vicky is the best girlfriend ever. And she just, when I say, look, let's go surfing, it's January, let's just give it a go. She goes, okay, let's do it. Let's see what happens. She was sat on the beach, bless her, because she was not going in the water. She does surf, but she was not going in the water. And I came out the water. I went in. We'd driven 5 hours down there. We were staying in like a little Airbnb type place. And for this entire trip, we were there for 3 days. I surfed for a grand total of 40 minutes. Because I went into the water and I came out of that water after 40 minutes. And I think Vicky took a video of me on her phone. I was slurring every single word. I was shaking like crazy. I could not speak. My brain wasn't working properly. And all I could say is, can we go home now? That was literally it. I was like, can we go home now? Can we go home now? But it was all slurring out, and I was shivering, and it was just not good. And I know that those of you who are in much colder climates are probably laughing at me right now. But I should add, I didn't have a hood. I only had my 5mm wetsuit. So I wasn't really geared for it correctly. Straight after that, I did go and buy those things, but I haven't been surfing in the extreme cold since. So yeah, we'll see. One thing that I am doing later this year though, which I'm very excited for, is there's a place in Wales called Surf Snowdonia. And it's essentially a spot, and I'm sure you might have seen this sort of thing like on the news and everything, but it is a wave pool that you can surf in. So instead of being like a regular wave pool that just creates regular waves, these are waves that are engineered to be really good for surfing, right? And you can go there and you can book a session, and you can surf, and it's guaranteed to be really good. And me and Vicky are going up there. Vicky's doing like a beginner session because even though she surfs like the tiniest bit. I've kind of tried my best to teach her. She's doing like a tutored session, and then I'm going to do like an intermediate session just because it's been a little while. And yeah, it's so cool. Like I can't even believe that. Well, I can believe that it exists, but the way that it works is it's kind of like it's like a pool, and then you have this boat off to one side that gets pushed against the water, and it creates essentially a swell throughout the pool, and then you can surf it. It's amazing. It's super fancy. I know Kelly Slater's got one in LA, I think, but yeah, it's called Surf Snowdonia, and there's one in Wales, so I'm going to be going to that at some point, which is going to be pretty sweet. But I actually need to get myself a new surfboard. I had a bit of an incident. This is actually a little bit embarrassing. Before I went to the Philippines, my surfboards were just lying outside my house. And just before we went to the Philippines, I was like, I should probably move them because they're just kind of on the floor. They were looking awful. So it was the morning before we left for the Philippines on that filming trip that I did last year. And I was like, okay, well, what I'll do is I'll chuck them in the roof rack of the camper van. And then while we were away in the Philippines, England had a massive storm. And some wind got underneath my surfboard and just shot it. Well, I mean, obviously I wasn't there. I wasn't in the Philippines. But I came home, and apparently, according to my mum, she said that a neighbour knocked on her door. And it wasn't really a neighbour. It was a neighbour from maybe about 200 metres down the road saying, hey, is this your surfboard? It's ended up in our garden, and it was smashed. It was completely smashed. So yeah, I'm going to need to get a new one of those, unfortunately. But that's life. I mean, it's a bummer because I really like that surfboard and it was great. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's completely destroyed. I could probably repair some of it, but some of it's just completely hammered. So there's no way that I can fix it up, really. I would love to get like a wooden surfboard. A company that down in Cornwall called Otter Surfboards is actually someone that I did a filming project with way back when I first started filming. James Otter makes these handmade wooden surfboards out of makes a skeleton out of wood and then gradually kind of lines the skeleton. I don't even know skins it. So you cover this wooden skeleton in more wood, and then he fiberglasses around them, and they are the most beautiful things. They are so gorgeous, and I would absolutely love one. But my problem is that I'm not really that good at surfboarding, and I own a 1974 VW campervan. If I turned up to the beach with a 1974 VW campervan, aka a total surf, like it's a surf bus. Everyone knows them as being like a surf bus. If I turn up to the beach with a surf bus with a beautiful wooden surfboard and then get into the water and I'm just terrible at surfing, people are going to be like, who is this guy? It was like 100% all the gear and no idea. So I'm going to wait until I get a little bit better before I invest in something like that. And yes, thank you to everyone in the chat. I am reading through your messages, but most of them are about my shovel being near broken. Don't worry, I have my eye on it. I can already tell. I'm going to say that and then I'm going to break my shovel. It's definitely going to happen. But yeah, thank you to everyone in the chat who's letting me know that my shovel is running low on durability. I'm aware. I'm going to try my best to not break it, but we actually have so many. And now that I've got myself set up with some villagers, We are golden. I can't believe it's taken me this long. So the way that Iskall did his villages in his base, 100% massive inspiration for me, because it's such a smart way of doing it. So the way that I've always done villages in the past with all of my bases pretty much is you have one of those kind of trading hall type things, and when you get a villager out of the breeder, it goes all the way into the trading hall, and then you look at the trades, and then you go, actually, no, I don't really like it. Whereas the way that Iskall has set it up is that it drops out the village breeder, and then you literally just trade with that one villager, and you work out what all of his trades are, and then you go, you know what, do I want him, do I not? And then you can decide there, and then if you do want him, he drops into a permanent trading hall. So there's no kind of ugliness there, and there's no buttons that you can accidentally press that are going to kill your prized villagers. So they just chill out there, and it's genius. I mean, I tell you what, okay, Iskall is honestly one of the smartest, and people are going to take this as a clip and they're going to send it over to him. So don't tell him that I said this, because it will go straight to his head. Alright? It will go straight to his head. He'll think he's the smartest member of the Hermitcraft server, and we can't be having that. Alright? But Iskall is one of those people who he has some really, really smart solutions to things. And he's what I would describe as being a super intelligent Minecraft player. Like, he works things out really well, and everything that he does properly. Like, his base is always done really well, and it's super, super intuitive, and he's always, like, for example, with my storage systems, I just have all my items in chests, whereas his are always shulker box based, and he always has everything at hand and everything. And he said that with his storage system, he had done a spreadsheet to work out what items he uses the most, and then those 14 items that he uses the most frequently, he has ready for him at his storage system so that he can easily access them. It's like the dude is a total freak of nature when it comes to being smart at Minecraft, and I really need to take some inspiration from him, because the way that I tend to do things in Minecraft is I just build stuff that I think is going to be cool. I'll be like, oh yeah, that would be cool. I want to do this. I want to build a vertical villager trading hall. That'd be cool. I've never done that before. And then you build it, and it's like, I know why I've never built a vertical villager trading hall. It's because it's awful. It's awful to get around in. So yeah, he's got that level of, like, he just knows what he's doing. But as I say, do not tell him I said that, because it will go to his head, and I will never hear the end of it. He will play that back to me in clip form. Whenever I say anything to him, like, whenever I blast him for being silly or doing something daft, he will just play the clip back to me, being like, oh, well, that's funny, coming from someone who even you have called one of the smartest members of the Hermitcraft server. Like, he's so frustrated like that. So ridiculous. But yeah. But no, he's good. I mean, there's that the beauty of being on a server like Hermitcraft is you have so many people around you that you can chat to, and so many different ways of doing things. So, for example, with Grian, I mean, Grian is just an absolute genius with building, but more importantly, he's just a genius at making fun episodes. Like, really fun episodes of Hermitcraft. He's so good at doing that. And, I think all of us, ever since he's joined Hermitcraft, have kind of taken inspiration from that. And then you get people like Tango and Impulse, who are just amazingly good at building ridiculous things, and they're really good at creating just crazy ways of doing your everyday stuff. So they're always using mobs, and they're always just doing just ridiculous things. Obviously, you got people like Doc M, who will build, when the Civil War started, that's when Doc M truly came alive, and that he was building creeper cannons and just the most crazy contraptions. It's so cool to see all the different aspects of the game kind of represented in one group of people. I think that's what makes Hermitcraft such an interesting server to play on, because it's not like we're just all technical players, or all roleplay players, or all beautiful builders and stuff like that. You kind of have a little bit of everything, and when that all mixes together to create one beautiful milkshake that is Hermitcraft, then it ends up being really, really cool. And I don't mean to blow Hermitcraft's trumpet here, but I can't think of many servers on YouTube, at least not that I really watch right now, that do anything similar, really. So yeah, I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the crew. It's been very cool to watch Hermitcraft grow over the years. I mean, obviously, I'm not even like a truly original member. I started in Hermitcraft Season 2. Hermitcraft Season 1 was something that I was just such a mega fan of. Should I tell anyone this? Okay, I will, because it's a live stream and it's not like 18,000 people are watching. Funny story, Okay, when I first started YouTube, I actually asked to join the Hermitcraft server and got turned down. I was such a mega fan of the Hermitcraft series, and I just started out making my own YouTube channel, and I didn't have very many subscribers, and I didn't even really have a Let's Play going. I'd done like 3 Let's Play episodes, and I asked to join the Hermitcraft server, and they said no. And that's that. But I'm kind of glad that happened, because then I joined in Hermitcraft Season 2 when I was a little bit more mature. It was only like maybe 8 months later that I actually became part of the server. But yeah, I joined about 8 months later, and I had learnt the ropes a little bit more. I had learnt the ropes a little bit more, and I was more friendly with people like Exumavoid. I wasn't trying to be friends with Exumavoid just to be a part of the server. It's just things worked out, and me and Exuma had worked together on a few projects, and I had done some redstone bits with Exuma, and people on the Hermitcraft server had become a little bit more familiar with what I was doing, and my channel was growing really well, and I became a better fit for the server. So when Hermitcraft Season 2 was starting up, I had no clue that I was joining until the day before the server launched. How crazy is that? So what happened was that I had a Let's Play server, or a Let's Play series on my YouTube channel called Mumbo's World. And just by chance, as Hermitcraft Season 1 ended, I also ended Mumbo's World. Like, I finished it. I was like, you know what? I'm done with this. I want to start a new world. And I started up a new world, and I recorded an episode. It took me 18 hours to record this first episode, because I put tons of effort into it and everything like that. And then Exumavoid sent me a message saying, hey, Mumbo, we're starting up the new Hermitcraft season tomorrow. Do you want to be a part of it? And I was like, yes, absolutely. But it was kind of bittersweet, because I was like, I've already spent 18 hours on this first episode of my new survival Let's Play, and I'm never ever going to release it. Which for me back then, I mean, 18 hours is a lot of time for anyone. But for me back then, I was still in school. I was still in school. For me to put 18 hours into an episode, I mean, that I didn't have much time to spare between homework and going to classes and things like that. So I was like, oh man, kind of missed out. I've kind of messed up. But it was cool. And yeah, there was lots of, it was so funny, because when I ended my Let's Play, I had about 70,000 subscribers at the time, and people were obviously aware that Hermitcraft, the season was ending and the new season was starting. So people were aware of this, and there were lots of rumours in my comments being like, Mumbo's been invited to Hermitcraft, that's why he's ended his Let's Play, so we can expect to see him on the Hermitcraft server. And I was responding truthfully, saying, no, I haven't, I'm just starting again. I'm just starting a new Let's Play. I'm not a member of the Hermitcraft server. And then when I got invited to join, I had to go back and respond to all of those comments again, being like, actually, I am. It's going to be coming out soon, so watch out for it. So yeah, funny. But it was so cool though. I remember my first experiences at Hermitcraft. The first thing I did, and this was a bold project of me now that I think about it. Like, I came in, and normally, I guess, you know, when you're the new guy, you shouldn't really take on massive projects or anything. But I came straight in, and we were obviously working out the spawn town and everything like that, where everything was going to be. So all the spawn houses and everything, and yeah, we were talking back and forth, and I was like, you know what? I'll build the centerpiece for spawn. So I built up this plaza thing with bushes all around it and everything like that, and it ended up looking really cool. At least I mean, it looked cool for me back in the day. It involved circles and lots of geometric shapes and things like that. And yeah, I built that. And I was heavily inspired by Corrales as well, because Corrales was a member of the server, and it involved a lot of bushes, because I knew that Corrales would appreciate those. So yeah. I must have been maybe 17 at the time. How long have I been a member of the Hermitcraft server? Can someone go back and actually find that episode and find out when it released, and then tell me, yeah, when I actually joined? Because I imagine it was probably about 5 or 6 years ago now. That is crazy. It's crazy how fast the time goes. I remember the excitement, how excited I was, and how much of a mega fan I was of all the members of the Hermitcraft server. Like, I will be the first person to admit that I was way too scared to speak to Exumavoid when he first. I was on a server that he was also a member of, called Geomine, and I was so scared to speak to him, because I was such a mega fan of Exuma. And the same thing goes for people like Corrales. I was such a fan of him, and everyone really, loads of people. King Daddy D-Mac. I was so scared. I was so scared to speak to all these people. And it's funny, like because just before that happened, there was a few cases of, I mean, we had played a few games of like Bed Wars and things like that together, just messed around on some servers, and I'm quite a talkative guy, as you can see. I mean, I'm doing a live stream and I've non-stop spoke for the past exactly 1 hour. So as you can tell, you know, I can chat, I can talk pretty well, but I was so scared to speak. I even if someone asked me a question, I'd be like, like I would basically just kind of stutter and be like, yeah. Like that's kind of how nervous I was to speak to all these people. And I was that guy that would I would ask for screenshots of people. I remember when I first spoke to Seth Bling, I asked him for a screenshot. We got a screenshot together. So funny. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, so 13th of June 2013. So nearly 6 years ago. Blimey. So yeah, I would have been 16. No, I'm 23. 16. I would have just turned 16. A young little dude. Wow. And I mean, that was back before. I mean, Hermitcraft was a big deal for me. I was a mega fan of Hermitcraft. But that was before Hermitcraft was really like an established, very established name in the Minecraft community. Obviously now it's got quite a big reputation for itself. But to be honest with you, back then we were kind of considered the baby brother of the Minecraft server, I guess you could say. To be honest with you, just speaking the truth, I guess at least that was the general consensus, is that we were like a baby version of the Minecraft server. Interesting. It's interesting. Very, very, very. Yeah, it's just interesting to think back to how different, what times were like back then, and yeah, how I guess lucky I've been throughout my entire YouTube experience. Because I mean, a lot of people ask me, you know, how do you become popular on YouTube? And there's a very, like with any form of, I guess you could say, business, anything. There's a certain element of luck and there's a certain element of hard work, and as long as you have both, then you're golden. So, for example, when I first started making Minecraft videos, I had no idea that it was going to become the absolute runaway game of the 21st century and become the best-selling game pretty much of all time at this point. And yeah, just completely just go off the charts with popularity. I had no idea. Minecraft was looking pretty popular, but there was a strong chance back in 2012 that it was just a fad. I mean, the game hadn't even fully released back then, I don't think, so it was still in beta. So even though it was hugely popular, it was nothing like it was today, and it hadn't been released on Xbox, it definitely hadn't been released on Pocket Edition or anything like that. It was purely just Java. So there was no other kind of avenues for it. It was still not, I would never describe it as a niche game back then, because it really wasn't. There was definitely a big viewer base or a big player base, but it certainly wasn't like a massive success like it is these days. So that was very lucky that I got into a game that became hugely awesome. But also becoming part of such a good group that has grown so well, the Hermitcraft crew, who we've all managed to stay friends. There hasn't been any diva fits or any like breakups or any crazy stuff going on. So the fact that it's all kind of just gone smoothly is, yeah, very lucky. Very, very, very lucky. I mean, so when I first started the Hermitcraft series in 2013, what Minecraft version were we on? Can someone tell me that? What Minecraft version were we playing on? Because I'd be interested to know. We had jungles. I remember jungles were relatively... No, they can't have been. Jungles were new when I first started my YouTube channel, though. So what? Was that 1.8? Beta 1.8? Can't remember. But yeah, so there you go, there's a little bit of history for you. And as I say, I mean, to anyone who is looking to start up a YouTube channel, just know that as I say, lots of time to put into it, and also decent slab of luck. I know that I know hundreds, maybe not hundreds, but I know such a large number of YouTube channels that they create such good content, and they put so much effort into the videos, but just a tiny bit unlucky in that they haven't had a big break. They just haven't managed to kind of like break through and reach a point where they're kind of self-sustaining. Because the funny thing about a YouTube channel is, I remember when I first started, and there was this one day where I gained over 100 subscribers in a day. Okay, just out of nowhere, and it was pretty out of the ordinary, because I remember it happening. I was like, oh cool, I've gained over 100 subscribers today. That's pretty sweet. And then the next day, I gained another 100 subscribers, or like 120 or something like that. And I was like, oh, that's nice. That's pretty sweet. I'm happy with that. And then the next day, I gained another 100 subscribers. And then the next day, I gained another 100 subscribers. And since those days, I've never not gained over 100 subscribers in a day. It just, for some reason, my YouTube channel just reached a point where it just sustained itself. And it grew of its own accord. And that was, I think it was just before I hit 20,000 subscribers, to be honest with you. Like, it was pretty early on. And it just kind of reached that point where it just kept doing what it was doing. Thank you to everyone telling me about my shovel. It's still got one little red bit, so we're going to keep going. I'm very glad that I told you guys to tell me when my shovel is going downhill, but also it does mean that the chat is somewhat spammed with the word shovel. How many pickaxes did we break in the previous live stream? Oh, someone's just mentioned the Myonite server. That's interesting. I was never actually into the Myonite server, but I remember that was a big deal. I mean, Syndicate was probably the biggest Minecraft YouTuber when I first started up my YouTube channel. I remember he had the Syndicate Project, or is that his YouTube channel name? He had the Minecraft Project. And he used to use, what was the texture pack he used to use? Because when I first started making videos on my YouTube channel, I used it because I was also quite a big fan of Syndicate. And then also I was a big fan of Etho and obviously everything that the Minecraft server were doing. I can't remember what it was called. What? Why is my shovel called Subtegrian? Seriously, why is that? I didn't... Do you know what this could be? Hang on a minute. I think I might have taken... So, the other day, I was AFKing at my villager breeder. Because, obviously, I wanted to get villagers. And this was unrecorded, so it was between episodes. Sometimes I just go AFK so I can get prepared for the next episode. And obviously I take all of my gear off while I AFK because I don't want another repeat of that time that I lost all my equipment. And I think Grian might have taken the shovel out of my chest. And he's renamed it to subscribe to Grian. What an absolute champion. I can't believe I didn't notice that. I mean, all of my tools are called subscribe to something. Wait, so hang on a minute. When you guys were telling me shovel, were you saying, like, look at your shovel because there's... it's on its way out? Or were you just telling me to look at my shovel because of the name? I see. I'm so sorry to everyone. You guys have been spamming shovel for, like, the past hour. The whole live stream, pretty much. And I've been like, no, I understand. My shovel's on its way out. It's fine. We're all good. And you've been like, no, shovel. Look at your shovel. Keep an eye on your shovel. And I'm like, no, I'm good. I can see the shovel's not run out of durability yet. And you're just shouting back at me, no, the shovel, just read the shovel. I'm sorry. I'm so useless. That's hilarious. Well, I mean, you should. Everyone should subscribe to Grian. Everyone should be subscribed to Grian. No one should not be subscribed to Grian. I'm going to have to get him back someday. I'm going to have to rename something. I'll rename his whole base. Sorry, everyone. I can't believe that. That's so funny. Oh, how hilarious. This is what I mean. So, I've gone to the wrong chest. But yeah, this is what I mean about me being like the live stream kind of thing. Like I try my best to keep up with the chat to the best of my ability. And I've just been seeing shovel going past for like the past maybe 45 minutes. But I just, as I said, I just assumed that you guys are talking about the durability of my shovel, not the name of it. Well, we need to make sure that we don't break this, because if we don't break this, then Green's gonna lose valuable subscribers, and we don't want that. I'm even reading the super chats. So Jedi Sentinel has super chatted $2 who said, please don't break your shovel. I mean, there's so many. Oh, how funny. To the only elemental who donated $10 through Super Chat, who asked me, how are you and Vicky doing? And they also said you don't have to answer if you don't want to. We're actually doing great. We're doing really, really well. Yeah, really happy together. It's been... I'm so terrified by this just because it's how fast time has been going. Me and Vicky have been together for like nearly... well, just over 3 years. How crazy is that? It's crazy how fast that time has gone. And I actually have a bit of an... I don't even know if I should even say this in terms of like exciting announcements. I guess I kind of have to, because otherwise everyone's minds will go to various different things. So yeah, I obviously right now, for those who don't know, my kind of living situation wise, I have, it's a little bit strange. So I live at home with my mum, and then I also live at Vicky's house. We kind of go back and forth between houses. It's kind of how it works. And then I have my studio, where I go to just purely to record videos. It has all my camera equipment in it. It's where I'm live streaming right now. I have my studio, so downstairs, any video that you've seen on the filming channel that's filmed in the studio, you'll know what it looks like. So I've got like my downstairs kitchen / living room area. It's just one room, and that's where all of the camera gear is, and that's also where Vicky works, because Vicky actually works for me. And then upstairs is like my recording room, which it used to be a bedroom in a house, but it's been converted into my recording room, and it has soundproofing, it has my computers, and that's where I go to make videos, just because it's just nice to have like my own place where I can actually, you know, I can fully concentrate, and we can sit down and we can do proper work basically, and we can focus essentially, because it's always kind of, it's not, but back before I had the studio, I used to literally record Minecraft videos in my bedroom, and there was something that was quite, I guess, tiring about, and it seems strange because it seems like the perfect situation, but I would literally wake up, walk to the computer, sit on the computer all day, and then get back into bed at the end of the room. I would never leave the room, and there was something about that just wasn't really that healthy. At least, like, I'm not talking, well, obviously it wasn't healthy physically because I wasn't moving very much, but also it wasn't very healthy mentally, because you're very kind of isolated, and you're sat there and you're not really interacting with anyone. So there's something quite nice about having a separate studio or place of work, and that was the mentality that we took for getting the studio. And obviously I've got a lot of camera equipment and things like that, so it was always way more practical for me to have something that I could just dedicatedly go to. Well, now I'm very happy to say that we are currently in the process of actually buying a house, which is crazy. So it's it's the most administrative headache I've ever gone through in my life already. This all started, so after Sunday's live stream, the next day we went to look at a house. Just out, it was by chance, and that Sunday's live stream, I had no intention really of buying a house, okay? But we had been looking for like the past 6 months or so. We've been looking to buy a house, and yeah, essentially what happened was that this one came up on Sunday. After I'd live streamed, I was just chilling out. I was on like Rightmove or one of the house market website type things, and yeah, I was just looking around. I saw this house that I thought was really, really beautiful, and I was like, should we go and look at it? And we were going to have a day off on Monday, so we were like, yeah, we'll do it on our day off, let's do it. And we went and looked at it, really liked it, and then we just were like, yeah, let's make an offer, let's do it, let's go for it. So getting a house, how crazy is that? Very, very cool. It's very, very beautiful, and I'm excited. Obviously, there's plenty of things that could still go wrong. House buying is no joke, and there's lots of things that have to be kind of like A-okayed. You have to, I mean, you're dealing with a bunch of companies and banks, and it's all very, very unexciting and boring, and I'm having to sign tons upon tons of documents, and it's just a massive headache. I thought that when you buy a house, you kind of just go, yep, and then you move in, they give you the keys. But no, that's not the case. You have to sign everything. You have to do. There's all sorts of, because obviously, you know, I'm a YouTuber, trying to explain that to like the money laundering authorities and things like that to prove that I'm not getting this. I'm not buying the house through like illegal means is something else. And yeah, there's just all sorts going on. So yeah, but a house. Very exciting. So I'm not going to have the studio anymore. That's going to be gone. And I am going to be moving out. And I'm going to be, in a house. Me and Vicky. Very exciting. Very, very exciting indeed. I cannot wait, really. It's going to be super, super cool. So, yeah, that's kind of like the big announcement. So everyone say congratulations in the chat. I'm joking, please don't do that. It's going to spam the chat. But I haven't seen any congratulations. Everyone is still just saying shovel. I was expecting everyone to be like, woo, congratulations, that's amazing. And it's a big deal. Obviously, this is a huge deal. Like, completely life-changing for me. Completely life-changing. And not a single, I haven't even seen one. I haven't even seen one person say congrats. Not that I'm petty or anything like that. Oh, there we go. Now it's starting. Sorry to everyone in the chat. But yeah, so that's all very exciting. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to post any photos of it or anything like that. And to be honest with you, I wasn't actually going to talk about it, but I'm so excited about it that I kind of had to tell you guys just because. But yeah, nothing is confirmed. Nothing is like 100% certain. I'm not going to post any photos of it until we actually move in. And that's just kind of the way it's going to be. But it's a very beautiful little house. It's a tiny little house. There's nothing special, but it's ours. It's got our name on it, and that's the most important thing. So I cannot wait, and I just can't wait to decorate it. I've been looking in furniture shops and just trying to work out what I'm going to do. It's so cool. And all I will say is that so you guys know that I like classic cars and things like that. Well, so you know that I like cars with like plenty of character, and they're kind of a little bit odd in terms of they're not the most conventional things in the world, and they're probably quite impractical. I've kind of bought that in house form, basically. That's what I've done. So yeah, expect to see that. I'll post some pictures on Instagram or something when we eventually move in. But I have no clue how fast this stuff happens. I mean, I don't know. I think it all happens quite quickly. Everyone that I'm speaking to says that once you kind of agree to it and you're going ahead, it's all system go. You have to sign everything. You have to get moved in. They want to get you in and out as fast as possible. And for anyone who's ever bought a house before, we have no chain. Obviously, we're not moving out of a house, and the people who are selling the house aren't moving into a house. In terms of, it's like a second house for them. So that means that there's no waiting around for them to sell their house or us to buy our house. So that means that, yeah. It means that we're just kind of straight in and out. Crazy. But no, we're not living in a classic car. That's not what I've done. As much as I honestly, I sometimes go down the rabbit hole big time of there's, I mean, we've got the camper van, and I sometimes go down the rabbit hole of thinking, I think I should just go and just move into a van and just live in a van. I don't know why I have those kind of strange tendencies. I don't know, I'm a bit odd like that. It's cool. Well, thank you everyone for spamming in the chat all of your congratulations. It's much appreciated. Anyway, I'll get back to talking about Minecraft now. Sorry, I sometimes get distracted. Now, one thing that actually, Minecraft-wise, foxes. For some reason, I didn't okay, I don't know if I was going crazy here, but I just thought that we were only going to get pandas in the latest update. I have not played with these foxes. How are they? What are they like? What do they do? Is there anything really cool about them? Because, I mean, typically I've seen lots of people creating what does the fox say videos in Minecraft. At least I've seen one person doing that, and I much appreciated that. But, I mean, yeah, what's it all about? Are they good? What else is there? I haven't actually played around in the latest snapshots. I've been, as I say, buying this house thing has been such a logistical nightmare that I haven't actually been able to keep up. I kind of logged onto Twitter the other day and I was like, oh, foxes are a thing. That's cool. I've now got to go and do something else, but this is awesome. They're just cute. They pick berries? Wait, hang on, what? I'm going to have to play around with these after the live stream is over. That's crazy. They pick berries. That's really cool. You know what I have just thought? Aha! I've thought of something intelligent. So, because I'm very conscious of the fact that we have spent the best part of nearly 2 hours now filling in this sand. I'm very conscious of that fact, and I don't want to bore you guys to death. I'm not trying to bore you guys to death, but I mean, you guys know the drill with these live streams. For anyone who watched the previous one, they are very much kind of like a chilled out live stream where we just chill out and chat. Think of it more as a podcast, like a mindcast, I guess, than anything else, because like visually we are just going to be doing very grindy and repetitive projects. But I think it might be an idea, because I don't think I'm going to be able to I don't think I'm going to be able to build all of the automatic flying machines in today's live stream, or at least I'm simply not, because we worked it out. If I take 10 minutes to build each machine, which is way faster than I'm actually going to be able to build them, then that's still 400 minutes, which is the equivalent of about 6 hours, I think, or 7 hours, or 6.5 hours. So I'm not going to be able to do all of them. So I think what might be a smart move is if I fill in this quarter here. So this quarter is now all fully completed, or at least once we get to the end there, it will be fully completed. And then we can do the flying machines facing in this direction. So they'll go back and forth, and they will clear out all of the blocks in this direction. So we'll have half of our gigantic hole fully mined out by the end of today's live stream. Now that would be the dream. That would be the dream. If we can manage to pull that off, I will be, yeah, I'll be chuffed to bits. I'll be so happy. So that would be fantastic. Right, just give me 2 seconds. Just want to double check some things. And also, I'm going to read through a few of the super chats and all that sort of thing in the next couple seconds, just because we've had some pretty monstrous ones, and I've been trying my best to keep up, because once again, there's been so many, and I'm going to try my best to just go through a handful of them. So I'll be picking out certain messages and things like that. So we shall see. But no, today has been pretty cool so far. Very cool. And I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone who has joined in with the live stream. It's super cool to have you all here. This live streaming thing is something that I'm pretty new to, but I'm heavily enjoying, and it's so interesting. I do like it. I can never see myself going over from videos to live stream. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to become a streamer, but I do really like it. And the more that I do it, the more I think to myself, maybe I should do it more often. I don't want to reduce my video schedule at all, of course. But live streaming's fun. Live streaming is very fun. I'm very excited to start building some automatic mining machines, though. Even I'm getting a bit tired of doing the sand now. And for those of you who are sat there wondering, you know, what are you doing? Why are you not using sponges? There is a simple reason for that, and that is because I don't like sponges. You know, sponges, one of those things. Nah, don't fancy it. Thank you to the person that just said boring bye. I appreciate it. I love it. I love the fact, I mean, you know, like, I love the fact that certain things catch on. I wonder what else will catch on. I mean, boring bye has definitely caught on fully now. It's like, it is ingrained. Every single video that I've uploaded, every single time I tweet, someone will respond with boring bye. I even did some really cool Instagram posts today from yesterday's filming, and people were like, boring bye. I really appreciate the people who leave the live stream, feel the need to announce that they're leaving, but just want to make it clear that they haven't found it boring. It's like, yeah, I haven't found this boring, but I have to go, so see you later. I love you guys. This is so funny. We must be nearing the end now. How many more blocks do we have to go? It's getting deeper. Maybe 8 more blocks. We're on the home straight, ladies and gentlemen. We are on the home straight. You know, yeah, I mean, say what you will about these sorts of projects. I do love them. Like, there's a reason why I like mining out gigantic holes and things like that. There's something about just Minecraft as a game. Can anyone... This is a question I've been asking myself recently. Is there ever going to be a game like Minecraft again? I almost... It's so crazy how accidentally beautiful Minecraft is as a game. Like, I think it's an actual work of art. I genuinely do, because the simplicity of it is what makes it such a brilliant game to play. And the fact that I can't think of another game that will really replicate it. And obviously everyone in the chat is going to say Hightail. but we haven't actually. I mean, I was thinking. I've gone to the wrong chest again. I was thinking just yesterday. I don't actually know what sort of game Hytale is going to be like. Like, we don't know if it's kind of like a dungeon crawler, well, not a dungeon crawler, but kind of like a dungeon explorer type game, or if it's a technical game, or if it's kind of Minecraft-esque. We don't actually know that many details about it. We've just seen all the trailers and things, so it's going to be interesting to see how that game shapes up. But I think Minecraft as a game in just its own package is just so beautiful in its simplicity. Like, it just works. And I mean this in the nicest possible way. I genuinely don't think that the creators of Minecraft really intended a lot of the beautiful things that are about Minecraft. Like, the redstone is so kind of semi-broken. It's like predictably broken in such a beautiful way that makes it such a fantastic game to play. Like, that's not intentional. They didn't intend for redstone to have the quirks that it did, but it does have them, and that's what makes it so interesting. And I think that's what makes Minecraft such an interesting game to play, from the viewers or the gamers' perspective even, is that it's an endless gaming experience. You can do whatever you want in it. There's so many things to discover. There's so many quirks and avenues and things that you can go down. It's such like an interesting... It's so interesting. It's so crazy that... And I feel so pleased that it released at like the perfect time in my life for me to pick it up and just start playing it, because it's... I mean, everyone always describes Minecraft as being like Lego, but that's what I mean. Like, Lego, you can't replicate Lego, because Lego is so... It's so perfect in an accidental way. Like, yeah, it's flawed in that if you step on it, it really hurts. That's a big flaw. But also in terms of, like, you're limited. Lego is limiting in the way that it works. Like, there's certain things that are really difficult to build with Lego because of the way that it functions. You can only attach it kind of nib to hole. I guess that's how I'd describe Lego. I'm not part of Lego's marketing team. I'm sure there's correct ways of describing it. But that's what makes Lego so interesting, is that it's kind of like a flawed system, but flawed in a beautiful way. And Minecraft is the same. Like, you're building in 1 meter by 1 meter blocks. Okay, it's very difficult to get any level of detail. You have to work around lots of things. The redstone system is pretty difficult, and you're very limited there. But working around the limitations is what makes the game so interesting. I don't know. Maybe I'm talking out my bottom. I don't know. Like, I just... The more I think about it, the more I think that maybe Minecraft is its own thing, like Lego. Like, I can't see Lego going away. I would be very surprised if Lego went out of... I mean, it might go out of business, just out of pure bad business practices. But I can't see Lego going... Lego is like its own thing. Nobody... when... Can you imagine? See, this is what I mean by this. So for example, Fortnite comes along, right? And I have nothing against Fortnite. I think Fortnite's an awesome game in its own right, and it might even be similar, or at least battle royale games might be in a similar space to Minecraft, in that they're all they're in their own space. But when Fortnite came along, people were like, it's a Minecraft killer. That's the end of Minecraft. When a new game comes out, like a new board game or a new building block game, let's say for example, comes out. Like Meccano comes along. Nobody sat there and went, this is the Lego killer. That's the end of Lego. Lego's over. Like, Lego's no more. This is the new thing. No, Lego is its own thing that kind of sticks around. I wonder if Minecraft is going to be the same. Like, it will just always be. You have all games, you have everything else, and then you have Minecraft. And that's what it is. It's just its own part of the market. No one competes with it. Like Lego, like no one makes Lego competitors, because you'd have to be nuts to, because it's Lego. Lego does its own thing. I wonder if Minecraft will be the same, like one of the first games ever to be released that kind of has its own section of the market sorted and no one's really fighting it. Am I making any sense whatsoever? Am I making any sense whatsoever, or am I just talking complete nonsense? I might be talking complete nonsense, I don't know. But in my head, that makes total sense. Like, I mean, I always used to play with Lego when I was a kid. I'm sure when I eventually have children, they will play with Lego. I will make sure that they play with Lego. I mean, I think it's just one of those things that you just have to. I know that, my mum played Lego. Vicky's parents played Lego when they were younger. Everyone played Lego. It's not gone anywhere. You know, I actually found something out the other day that kind of rare Lego sets are actually incredibly valuable. I had no idea. Okay, yeah. Well, to the person in the chat, so I just read someone's message saying that there are Lego competitors. They're just rubbish, or they're not as good as Lego. That's what I mean. Like, there were. I remember when Minecraft came out, there was about 1,000,001 Minecraft clones. Just so many. There was like, what was it? GeoMiner? No, that was the name of the Minecraft server I was on. What was it? There was tons. I'm sure you'll let me know in the chat. There was hundreds upon hundreds of Minecraft clones that were like exactly the same game pretty much. Some of them even used pretty much identical artworks and things like that, but they weren't as good. So Minecraft kind of stuck around. And I think the same thing might go for Lego. And that's not me saying that Hytale is a Minecraft clone, because I think the Hypixel team are actually smart, and they are actually really good game developers, I'm sure. And they will have developed their own fantastic voxel based, so it will be similar in kind of style in that it's going to be in a blocky world, but I imagine it will be a totally different game to Minecraft. And I think if it's actually too similar to Minecraft, then that's when they're going to have a problem. It's not, because what we want Hytale to be is obviously its own thing. Like it wants to be its own standalone thing. I would love it if a game came along, and this is making it sound like I'm just sat here going, I'm only going to play Minecraft for the rest of my life. That's not true. I would love it if there was another game that I could play that gave me as much enjoyment as Minecraft does, but none do. That's why I only make... I mean, sure, I play the occasional game here and there, like I played Red Dead Redemption when it first came out. I play some racing games because I'm heavily into cars, but like, no games actually give me the same enjoyment as playing Minecraft does. But I would love it if they did. I would love it if I could boot up Hytale and have just as good a time in Hytale as I do with Minecraft. But I think Hytale's could, if it's too close to Minecraft, that could be their issue. But once again, the Hypixel team are fantastic. They're very, very smart. They will know this. I imagine they will have developed a game that is fantastic in its own right, and I personally really can't wait to play it. It's going to be very, very cool. Thank you to the person in the chat that just said great speech. That was like... yeah, I suddenly went into eloquent mode. I suddenly could find my words there. It was like a TED Talk. TED Talk while placing sand. But no, I mean, you can never predict what's going to happen. Who knows? You never know how long things are going to last for on the internet. I remember when I was younger, Bebo and MySpace, we were like, these are never going anywhere. These are their own thing. And then Facebook came along and we were like, oh yeah, Facebook's much better. So maybe that might happen with Minecraft. Minecraft might just be like, just gets kicked off by another game that comes out that's actually like far superior to it. But as I say, I am well and truly, I think Minecraft is one of the coolest games. And I genuinely think of it as being like a work of art in terms of how beautifully flawed it is. It's like no, I can't keep talking about this because you guys are gonna get tired of it. But in a way, it kind of reminds me of my camper van. Like, it's slightly broken in a number of ways, but it's broken in beautiful ways. Like, it doesn't have any air conditioning, and it doesn't have any power steering, and when you get overtaken by a lorry, you almost get blown off the road, but it's very fun to drive. And I think that's the same thing for Minecraft. Slightly broken in a number of ways, there's plenty of flaws, but it's a lot of fun to play because of those things. That's what gives it its character. And I won't even get into the debate between Minecraft Pocket Edition or the Bedrock Edition and the Java edition of Minecraft. Out of interest, I wonder if I can do a poll here. I'm going to try my best to do something crazy here. I'm going to do a card. Alright, you ready? So I'm going to do a poll. So, what? Oh my word, I'm lagging so much. What version do you play on? Do you play on Bedrock or Java? Create card. I've just put a poll on the screen, I think. I'm not sure. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm new to this live streaming thing. It might be on the screen, I don't know. But, I mean, if I have done, then, yeah, feel free to answer my poll. Because I'm just really interested to know what version of Minecraft you guys are playing on. I'm not seeing any polls popping up, though, so I might have done that wrong. Who knows? Yeah. I think I might have done it wrong. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Is there a poll? Can you answer? Alright, well, answer in the chat anyway. I don't know if there's anything that I can do. My mic is muted. I don't think it is. Press the I button. Yeah, I'm not seeing any eyes on my screen. Ah, well. Doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. I can't even see the results of my own poll. So, oh, you have to reload. All right, well, okay, don't worry about it. Whatever. But yeah, so, I mean, what version of Minecraft are you playing on? Bedrock or Java? Because it's interesting. I mean, obviously, I make Java videos, but I have a feeling that the wide majority of the people that watch them actually don't play on the version of Minecraft that I play in, which is hilarious. Because I make redstone tutorials and things like that. And none of them really work in the Bedrock version of Minecraft, which I find really weird. That is one thing that I do find strange. I find the disparity between the two versions of Minecraft a little bit odd. The fact that one version of Minecraft has just a completely different redstone system to the other. Like, when you're playing in Bedrock version of Minecraft, one-tick pulses aren't a thing, or at least one-tick pulses that spit out blocks aren't a thing, which is one of the best things about Java Edition Redstone. That's so good. And then obviously quasi-connectivity isn't a thing, so that's something that you kind of lose. And redstone goes directly into the back of pistons. I mean, what on earth's that all about? That's crazy. Honestly, I'm interested to try that out because I'm curious as to how it works. But I've never quite got my head around the whole that I don't understand Mojang's reasoning for that. Wow, I'm taking off a treat today. People are still telling me to fix my shovel. I will not. I will take it down to the last usage, and then I will break it. Just out of spite for you guys in the chat. Oh. There are now, yeah. We're doing well. We're doing well in today's live stream, actually. I'm having tons and tons of fun. It's so fun. It's cool. It's cool just chilling out with you guys and just playing a game. This is like me playing games with my friends, except there's no friends in the room. There's just 17,000 people sat in their own rooms with me. Weird. I can freak myself out easily by doing that sort of thing. By the way, I should probably read through some of these super chats because I saw a crazy one come through a little while ago. And by a little while ago, I mean it was quite some time ago. Just give me a second, I'm just finding it. Wow, I'm really struggling to keep up with these. Where is it? I literally saw it the other day. The other day. I'm one of those people, the other day can mean 5 minutes ago or 6 years ago. I can't find it. I really can't find it. Oh, there it is. Chris McKindley. Hashtag RIP Mumbo. But they gave $160. And what is your real name? Hashtag YouSpoon. My real name is Ollie. Ollie. For anyone who watches the filming channel, you will know my full real name is in a video. It's in one video, so you'll be able to find it. But yeah, my first name is Ollie. Spelled O-L-I. That's an interesting one. People spell that my name wrong all the time. I always thought that was obvious because it's short for Oliver. So my full name, well, my full name, yeah, is Oliver. And then obviously you just cut the V-E-R off the end and you get Ollie. And nobody ever gets it. Like if you tell someone, oh, my name's Ollie, they're guaranteed to spell it O-L-L-I-E, pretty much. And then if you tell them, oh no, that's wrong, then the chances are they'll probably... I always thought that O-L-I was more likely than O-L-Y. But even that generally comes in before people spell my name O-L-I. So yeah, I got a bit of a strange one. My surname's pretty cool though. I don't mean to blow my own trumpet here, but for anyone who does know my surname, right? It's pretty cool. Whenever I tell people my surname, whenever I'm buying something or anything like that, you know, where you have to like give your surname over to sign it. People are like, yeah, that's pretty cool. That story went nowhere. I am so sorry. We're reaching the 2-hour mark now. How long have we been going? We've been going for 1 hour and 40 minutes. So yeah, we're reaching the 2-hour mark. We're reaching towards the point where I begin to lose my marbles. And that's when the stream begins to get really entertaining because I just start saying ridiculous stuff. I mean, I've already gone on a massive speech about how Minecraft is some kind of work of art. I'm sure I'm going to listen to that back later, and I'm going to be like, what on earth was I talking about? what was I doing? Actually, speaking of Minecraft being a work of art, so I don't know if I might have told this story in the previous live stream, but it is funny, so I'll tell it again. There was a video game exhibition in the V&A Museum. So the V&A Museum it's called the Victoria and Albert Museum. It's in London. It's a really well-known, like, world-renowned museum for kind of like graphic design. It's more of like a graphic design museum. It's not really an art museum, but it's like graphic design, and I guess like popular culture. It's a famous museum. And they did an exhibition for video games. So I was like, that's cool. That sounds pretty interesting. And they sent me an email saying, hey, we would like to feature one of your videos, 20 doors in 100 seconds, in this exhibition. And I was like, well, that's sweet. Like, to have my work featured in the V&A Museum, that's completely crazy. So I kind of forgot about it. And then me and Vicky were up in London about a month ago, and we actually walked past the V&A Museum, and we saw adverts for this gaming exhibition. And I was like, cool. Like, we can go to my exhibition. I'm in this exhibition. This is fantastic. So we go into the museum, we go into the V&A, and we go up to the exhibition section. You have to pay to get in. And I was jokingly saying, as we walked up to it, it's like, do you have to pay to get into the exhibition if you're part of the exhibition? You know, like, kind of being like, you know, Charlie Big Potato kind of thing. Just walking up, thinking I was all cool being part of this exhibition. So we paid to get in, like true professionals there. I think it was like £20 each as well, so it was expensive to get in there, but I was like, I'm happy to pay that amount of money because I am in this exhibition. This is a big deal. You know, I'm going to see my work exhibited in the V&A. This is important. And then we go through the V&A. We're walking through. This video is playing on the screen, and we think to ourselves, this is it. This is it. This is where my video is going to be featured. So I was watching. I was very excited to see it. It flashes up on the screen for, I would say, 0.2 seconds. And it's on the screen for that length of time with probably about 100 other videos, and then it flashes off. So I've been all excited. I was like, my work's being featured in the V&A. I was going to tell my mum. I was going to tell family members. I was like, this is it. I've made it. Listen to this. This is pretty crazy. So I was really, really excited. And then we go there. We look at where my work is being exhibited. It flashes up on the screen for about 0.2 seconds with 100 other videos. You would really have to be looking for it to know that it was my video. And I kind of walked out of there with my tail between my legs, very embarrassed. Because it was just so embarrassing. I was walking in there thinking that it was going to be on some big screen. Like, it was going to be really impressive. There was going to be lots of people watching it. I thought it was going to be part of the exhibition. Like, it was actually an exhibit. But no, it was used as a transition in a video for 0.2 seconds. How embarrassing is that? I can't believe it. I still can't believe it. Because for the rest of the day, I would just occasionally just start laughing because, I mean, how silly is that? But yeah, no, I mean, I was so excited. As I say, I was telling everyone. I mean, there's a few things that I can say that I've done in my life which are pretty cool. I've been featured in an article for the New York Times. I'm proud of that one. That one I am proud of because the New York Times is a pretty big deal. And then I can say that I featured in the V&A, the V&A Museum. I won't tell them how long I featured for. I won't make any mention of that, but I can say those two things I've managed to pull off in my life so far. So yeah, that is it. My wonderful exhibit at the museum. But don't get me wrong, okay, so I'm blasting this exhibit. It was an interesting exhibit. It was talking about, you know, the culture around video games. There was lots of information about development, and there was actually an interesting new sector of the video game world is that they're now creating art games. So they're games that are actually works of art, essentially. And that's pretty cool. And there was plenty of exhibits of those, and there was lots of, I guess, behind the scenes information from kind of game developers and things like that. It was a really interesting exhibit for anyone who is into video games. I don't know if it's still on. I think it was running until February. I went there in like November. But yeah, if you're going there to see my 20 doors in 100 seconds. You're better off watching it just on YouTube. You're not really going to get the full experience if you go to the V&A. Oh. Thank you. I mean, I don't know what it is with me today. I seem to be in a speechy mood. I went on another speech there. I'm killing it. You know, I'm practicing. Hopefully, yeah, one day, I don't know. What else is there? I mean, yeah, I guess I could do a speech somewhere. I was going to say I'd do a speech at the V&A, but it would only last 0.1 seconds. It would be this. And then it would be the end. It's like, and then they cut me off and they moved me off the stage. Plus, I'm on the stage with 100 other people also making the same noise. So you wouldn't know I was there. There's people saying F in the chat. What's died? I haven't broken my shovel, but we ran out of sand. Yeah, no. No, I know. So we're going to have to start taking out the sand by hand and then reaching the end. But, ladies and gents, we are actually almost done clearing out the water. It's taken us 2 hours to do this, but we are almost there. And that is extremely exciting because that means that obviously we can then start building up these auto miners. Now we are going to have to move all of my chests and the bed and everything like that because otherwise we're going to run into some trouble. AKA, I'm going to blow up all my items and my bed and then I'll probably die. You know what? To the person who just super chatted $10 saying stay hydrated, thank you ever so much. I've just realised I've not drunk a single thing throughout this entire live stream, so just give me 2 seconds while I stop myself from dying. Oh my word, I just poured it all down my t-shirt. I'm covered. I'm absolutely covered in Pepsi Max. Thank goodness there's no... Oh, see, this is why I never do face cams. Because right now I am looking like a slob to the highest degree. Haven't done my hair properly today. I knew I was live streaming. You know, I was like, I'm gonna be as relaxed as I possibly can be. And yeah, I've just chucked Pepsi Max all down my front. So I am a bit of a state at this point in time. I am what you would describe as being your... If you imagine, you know, video gamers, unfortunately, in movies are often portrayed as being like sitting there with like crisp dust on their hands and food down their front and like spilling drink down themselves. That's me right now. I am the living stereotype, unfortunately. The only thing that I am wearing jeans today. You know, it's funny. Okay, so now I don't know what this. I don't know. Okay, let me know about this. All right, because. I think I'm weird because Vicky always says that I'm strange for this. But no matter what happens, no matter what I'm doing in the day, okay, I never wear things like sweatpants or anything like that. I never wear tracksuit bottoms. I never wear like pajamas or anything like that. No matter what I'm doing in the day, even if I'm just sitting at home all day doing absolutely nothing, I will always like have a shower, get myself cleaned up, put some jeans on, like get myself to look presentable, essentially. Even if no one's going to see me, I will do that. Is that weird? I'm starting to think that's weird. Because I would be much more comfortable. I do own a pair of trackies, or tracksuit bottoms. So I do own a pair of them, because obviously to wear when I'm at the gym. I could be wearing them right now, and I will be the first person to admit that they're far more comfortable than jeans. But, for some reason, I just can't bring myself to just sit there in tracksuit bottoms. I would feel, I don't know, like I genuinely think it would affect the live stream. And like I genuinely think me being in such relaxed clothing would stop me from being able to produce like a good live stream because I would be in the wrong mindset as I'm not wearing the right trousers. And yet, you know what? Okay, there are certain YouTubers who sit there just in their underpants and record YouTube videos in their underpants. Okay, I mean, I'm not going to name any names, but there are a few. So, I don't think I could ever do that. That's for sure. That's one step way too far for me. To the person, they just flew past, Jordan Ledrick, who just donated $40. Will you ever get married? I'm sure I will someday. Lots of people often ask me that. You know, Vicky always jokingly brings it up. It actually got brought up on the filming shoot yesterday. When are you going to propose? You know, we've been together for 3 years now, so I guess we are getting towards that time. But yeah, not for the time being, but I definitely see that in the future, for sure. Absolutely. I'd love to. And then also, actually, someone, Daku Zuraku, who just donated 60 euros. Sand is life. You're right. But you know what? Sand is no longer life because we are done with the sand, ladies and gentlemen. The sand is over. We can chill out now, and I am actually going to repair my shovel. Oh my word! Guys! I just realised. I just mined all of that sand without even looking at my shovel. Right, let's go repair Subterranean. We're also going to have to refill on firework rockets because I am really struggling. In fact, I'm going to use Riptide to lift off here. So we will go and repair my shovel. We will then gather... Oh, we've taken off. Yes, I love it when that happens. So we will go and repair my shovel. We will then have to gather up some redstone supplies because, I mean, we are going to need some serious... We're going to need some serious kit. Like, there's... I mean, I'm just thinking, so we're going to need a lot of slime blocks. That's absolutely no problem. We're going to need 3 sticky pistons for every single one of the flying machines. Once again, not a big deal. We are going to need tons upon tons of redstone torches, though. So, phew, that's all. Redstone torches to create repeaters. And observers. Oh, my word. Okay, it's going to be expensive, so we're going to have to spend a lot of time gearing up. Alright? So this is going to go from a sand placing live stream to a gearing up live stream. But once this is done, then we can actually get to business on building up this thing. And I am so terrified. Whenever the chat just went so fast, but to Daku Zurikai just donated another 100 euros. Said, Mumbo, we love you and Grian. Thank you ever so much. But literally, that thing came up on the screen and just went shoo, straight off the end. But I just about managed to catch it. But yeah, we're just gonna get ourselves geared up. And as I say, so there's 40 of these things. So that means we're gonna need 120 pistons, not too many. We're going to need 40 times 6 repeaters. What's that? Come on, do the maths. Here we go. 240. Yep, that was correct. 40 times 6, 240. Am I right? I'm right, yeah. So 240 repeaters. That's not too crazy. We're going to need the dead corals, of course, and the TNT. We're going to need 40 TNT blocks. But obviously, once we get the TNT in, then that is the TNT duplicator set up, because we're going to be using a similar system to what we have going on the inside of the brain building. That's how we're going to be essentially mining out this gigantic area. And I read through your comments on the Hermitcraft digging automated not live stream redstone video type thing, and a lot of you said, do not even think about building only one of those those machines. Build a bunch of them. We do not want to sit and watch you flick a trapdoor. Something like, I mean, it was a ridiculous number of times. I think it was 30 hours of trapdoor flicking that people were like, do not even think about it. Build a bunch of them. It'll be way more entertaining to watch, and also it'll be done quicker. And I think I agree with you guys. I don't know why I was looking in the bone boxes there. Sometimes I get distracted. Anyway, let's get ourselves some stone. Thankfully, we've got plenty of that. So, how many did I say? 240? So, we need a lot more than that. Okay. Well, I'm going to need to get myself a few more redstone torches. Right, I'm going to try and drink again. I'm going to try not to cover myself in Pepsi Max. You ready? There we go. Woo. So those of you who are saying Grian in the chat, and call Grian, firstly, I appreciate the fact that you clearly watched the previous live stream. I appreciate that. Grian's on holiday. He's probably on an aeroplane right now, or he's on a ski slope. Either way, it's gonna be a challenge for me to call him. This, in fact, you know what I'll do? If he's on a plane, it will sound like this. Yeah, and if he's on a ski slope, it will sound like this. I can't talk right now. I'm on a ski slope. I'm enjoying myself. Bye. That's it. Okay. So I've just called Grian. That's what he said. So yeah, that's not gonna happen today. See, now if this was a video, I would have cut that out because that was such a stupid segment for me to do. I just imitated the inside of an aeroplane. No one wants to hear that. You know what's really strange? Like how desensitized you get to certain things in terms of noise. Like the inside of an aeroplane is a crazy, crazy loud place, and you only realize it when you actually come into land and they shut off the engines. You're like, oh yeah, no, it's been really loud for like the past. Well, when we flew to the Philippines, it's been really loud for the past 27 hours. And now we're finally getting some respite. And we can actually hear again. I've just used all my redstone. Oh no. Oh, thank goodness. I freaked out then. I was panicking. Yeah, I can't call Grian, alright? I can't. Simple as that. I don't even have his phone number. He's definitely not on Discord, I can tell you that. He's on a ski slope, ladies and gentlemen. Blimey. Blimey, blimey, blimey. Right, so that is 140, or around about 100. I don't believe. Oh, we're actually approaching 20,000 viewers right now. That's insane. I was not expecting that. Maybe. Hey, if we reach 20,000 viewers, I'll call Grian. I'll make an attempt. AKA, I won't really call Grian. It won't go through. He's definitely not on Discord. I'm actually fairly certain. Yeah, we hit 20,000 viewers. Fantastic. We're gonna drop back below soon, but that's still crazy. Thank you to everyone for tuning in. It really is much appreciated. I never expected this many people to be interested in me digging holes. I've just made more sticks for no reason. Why do I always do that? I get so distracted straight away, and then I just start doing stupid stuff. This is why I'm actually quite terrified of building these machines in a live stream. I might be better off just digging. Alright, where is this redstone at? Okay, so we are going to be... So this is another... Right, how many redstone torches is that? So that's that. We've got another one. And then if we get more stone, then that will allow us to get towards 200 repeaters. You know what? We're only building 1/2, so that means we only need 20. So that means that we actually have enough repeaters right now. Yeah, we only need half of them. Because we're not doing the full thing in today's live stream, just because that would be totally ridiculous. And we'll never be able to pull it off. So I'm going to chuck some of this sand back in the storage system, because we shouldn't need any more of that. Although I imagine we're probably going to uncover some lava and things, so we'll have to... You know what I just thought? Ooh, would it have been faster? Would it have been faster to cover the water with lava and then have the TNT blow it up regardless? Maybe. Actually, might have been. Well, we can maybe do that for the other half. If we cover it all in lava, then that might do the trick. Now, here's the question. Do we have any quartz? If we don't have any quartz, then we're actually going to have to go out on a quartz mining session, which is going to be a bit of a shame. But I feel like, in my heart of hearts, we have quartz. Yes! We do! That's not enough, though. Oh, no! Wait. Yeah, no. That is definitely enough. What on earth am I talking about? We have plenty of quartz there. In fact, forget that. We have plenty of observers. Yes! Ah, see, look, I'm a prepared Minecraft professional, YouTube Minecraft professional. Woo, I'm good. I'm wicked at this game. This is my talent. I'm there. Yeah, it only works for the top layer. So with the lava thing, what I thought we'd do is we'd do the lava, it would explode, we'd then run back across, do the lava, and just kind of do it with it. Would that work? Oh, great. People have now swapped over to saying call Iskal. There's no stopping you guys, is there? And you know what the worst part is? The more I tell you not to do it, the more... Because this is the internet, of course, the more someone says, hey, don't do that. No, like, please stop doing that. The more people go, let's do it more. There's like a 45-second slow-mo or slow mode on my chat right now, and people are using up every single 45 seconds to say, call someone. You know what? Okay, how about this? How about this? I challenge you guys to start Call Mumbo, right? And just have Call Mumbo. Just do that. Call Mumbo. I want to see that be the only thing that's going through the chat in terms of like the callings. I just want to see if you guys can do it, because it makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. What happens if you call yourself on a phone? Can you call yourself on a phone? Is that a stupid question? But does anything happen? Does it go through? Is it an infinite echo? Imagine if you could call yourself. I suppose you could call yourself. If you had two phones, you could call yourself and then put them next to one another, and then it would probably make a disgusting noise. I imagine. Right, we have no iron blocks left. Good! Cool Numbo is now going through the chat. I appreciate it. We need to repair my shovel. We need to get new firework rockets. We need to buy some iron. So let's grab ourselves some diamonds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's grab ourselves some rockets. Let's fly. I would say we go towards... We go to the Guardian farm, which, by the way, is going to be just frame rate central. And by that, I mean we're not going to get any frame rates whatsoever. And then we will... Yeah. We will... Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I don't know why. I always get lost in my base. I lose orientation completely. But yeah, and then we'll head back over to the shopping district, and then we'll buy up all of that stuff, and then we'll be good to go once again. So that should be pretty fun. Pretty easy. Man, I'm just trying to keep up with all the super chats and everything. It's been pretty crazy. Thank you ever so much to everyone who has supported this live stream. Obviously, the messages pop up on the screen, so I don't necessarily have to read every single one, but I will read the occasional ones. For example, from Xana Holmes, who just said, maybe you should read super chats. Got ya. I'm there. Nice, Richard Lee, representing UK Minecrafters with pride. That's me. That's me. Giovanni Perez, did you notice there's a creeper head in your base? Yeah, it's a charged creeper head, actually. It's pretty cool. We got it during the war while I was... That was so embarrassing. So people actually explained to me... So, okay, just as a bit of backstory for anyone who hasn't seen that episode. During the war between all of the hermits, essentially, there were charged creepers that were launched at us by Doc M using their crazy cannon type thing. And I wanted to, because the way that charged creepers, if you can get a charged creeper to blow up another mob in Minecraft, then you generally get their head. But it only works for zombies and skeletons, I've recently found out. I was trying my best to get it to blow up a witch, which would it wouldn't yield a head, whatever I did. And instead, it blew me up. Didn't really kill the... it killed the witch, but I didn't get a head for it, and I just lost Team G a life. So I was so useful. I was so I definitely was not useful. I was so useless throughout that entire war. And I was trying my best. I really was. I swear on my life. I was trying my best to actually be good and helpful to whatever team I was representing. But I was failing so hard. What am I trying to repair? There we go. But yeah, I'm useless like that. I mean, I don't know what it is about me. My brain just works on like a different wavelength. And I just fail at things. It's part of me, you know. I like to think that to a certain extent, you know, I have some level of intelligence for certain things, but then my common sense just goes out the window. And as soon as I'm under pressure, we need more food. That's one thing that we do need to get. But yeah, as soon as I'm under pressure and I'm working with other people, it really comes out, and it becomes very obvious. So, bless my little heart. In fact, the only successful thing that I did for Team G was my trap worked. My trap worked beautifully on Grian, a member of Team G. It killed him, lost all of his items. So sorry about that, Grian. I really do apologise. He should have told me. I would have given him everything back, because obviously... Well, actually, no. Grian, you shouldn't be walking on my traps, yeah? I mean, jeez, you have to be careful around that place. That place was fully trapped. One thing that was hugely successful was, did you see how cool it looked when the phantoms came out of the hole? I got like the best angle on that. So just before the war started, like the actual main war, we were going back and forth. Obviously, originally we had planned to have tripwire hooks activate the phantoms. But the problem was that we were still using the headquarters, right? So having tripwire hooks and having like a tripwired main entrance is really stupid, because that means that, yeah, none of Team G can actually get through the base. So we took the tripwire hooks down, and instead we flipped over to the button. And I'm so glad that we did, because it meant that I could manually activate it while we were there. And then I saw it all happen. So that was awesome. It was super, super cool. Definitely one of my highlights for the Hermitcraft series for me. Just watching all of those just be like... Just come out, all 8 phantoms, just be like... And then start attacking mainly us, to be honest with you. Phantoms are really bad. I'm starting to realise that they're really terrible. You can't really control them, and they fly into roofs a lot. And they're not that powerful, really. Especially if... like the way that Team Star used them in that labyrinth, which was the coolest thing ever. That labyrinth was amazing, and it was such a hilarious idea. But the Phantoms don't really have any pathfinding, so they just fly into the stairs and wouldn't really do anything. So it actually meant that they were quite easy for us to defeat. Oh my word! Someone's just super chatted from It's a Noob Dead Body. You're not useless, just ugly. That's what Iskal said during the war episode, wasn't it? That was so funny. Iskal's funny, man. I love chilling out with Iskal. He says some of the most ridiculous stuff. And he brings it out of me as well. Like when me and Iskal are together, just the number of ridiculous things that come out of our mouths it's absolutely spectacular. And I've just thought of something. I think at some point, come on, I can do this. I think at some point I can do this. I'm not gonna start talking until I take off. There we go. I think at some point we should do me and Iskal dual live stream end busting. End busting in live stream form. That makes sense to me. That would be so cool. Can you imagine? I mean, it would be awful. It would be total mayhem, and I would definitely die and probably lose all my stuff, and I don't know if it would work that well in terms of, like, I just don't think we would do a very good job at end busting, but it would be brilliant. And we would say some, I'm sure we would say some ridiculous stuff. Me and Iskal do need to go end busting again soon, though, because it is so much fun. It's always hilarious going end busting with Iskal. And I am actually running low on shulker boxes, so it would be helpful. Right, let's take some money over to the shopping district and let's buy some stuff then. I was going to grab some food before we went, but we actually need to buy some food as well. So let's bring 8 diamonds because I'm balling out of control. A big thank you to iJevin for basically sponsoring my entire Hermitcraft experience. For those of you who don't know, iJevin, I don't know if he did it on purpose. He is so rich on the Hermitcraft server. I don't fully understand how. But he has so many diamonds on the Hermitcraft server that, yeah, when we did the mustache relocator machine, he actually, he misread how many diamonds it cost to run it. And instead of being 3 stacks of diamonds, which me and Green already thought was a funny amount of diamonds because it's so expensive, he actually gave us 3 stacks of diamond blocks and he didn't even care. We told him about it. We were like, look, you don't have to pay us that much. Like we can give this back. And he was like, no, man, like, I've got loads of diamonds. Doesn't matter. So funny. Whereas all of my shops this season, actually, now that I think about it, have been a bit of a flop. I haven't really been able to create, like, one in Hermitcraft Season 4. Hermitcraft Season 4. Give me a second. I'm just going to drink. In Hermitcraft Season 4, I had a pretty successful shop in that I had, like, bargain books, I think it was called. Can anyone remember what my shop used to be called? I think it was something like bargain books. But yeah, I used to AFK fish, and then I used to just chuck every single book that I got from AFK fishing. Some of them would have mending, some of them would have crazy enchantments, and I would just put them all in there for the same amount of money. So they were all in there for like 3 diamonds. Or 1 diamond per book. And the whole point of the shop was that you kind of had to root around for good deals, but then you could find them. You could find little gems, basically. And that was my book. That was my store, and it did pretty well. I also had the casino in Hermitcraft Season 4 that was basically a machine that was rigged against the hermits. So it was literally just like a fruit machine. And the hermits would use it, and then they would basically lose diamonds, essentially. Like, occasionally you'd win 3 diamonds, but there was like a 1 in 5 chance of winning, and it would cost, I think it would cost 1 diamond to run. There's a 1 in 5 chance of winning, but you would win back 3 diamonds. So it was my infinite money generator. And I think actually Rendog, he was online when we started, but he's left. I think Rendog, he would just sesh that thing. Every single episode he would put in a bet, which is hilarious. So much appreciated, Rendog. I thank you for giving me endless diamonds in Hermitcraft Season 4. And actually, speaking of Rendog and Hermitcraft Season 4, who remembers Hermitron Go? Hermitron Go. Man, that would be fun to do again. Something like that would be really, really fun. That was a cool setup. That was think about that. Pokemon Go was a thing in Hermitcraft Season 4. How long ago was it that Pokemon Go became hugely popular? Come on! Oh! There we go. It takes me like 40 rockets to take off these days. But it's because I'm live streaming. That tends to cause the problem. Because obviously my internet is being stretched. And then the connection to the server is pretty rough as well. But, yeah, Pokemon Go must be... How long ago must that be? Must be two, maybe 3 years? Yeah, that's a lot. That's a long time ago. I remember that like it was yesterday. That was such a massive... Like, it was such a massive, just... A huge thing. Just kicked off. Just blew up out of nowhere. No one really saw it coming. And then it was just like, here is Pokemon Go. And everyone was playing it. And I think even now, it's still successful. Obviously, I don't think it's quite as crazy as it was when it first blew up onto the scene. But it's still going. And that's the most important thing. Have I used all of my redstone? I hope not. Okay, I'm gonna throw some stuff on the floor. Just temporarily. Just gonna chuck this out. You can even see like when I when I craft things up, it takes a while for the crafting things to appear. Right, let's see. Oh my word, is that another one? Hang on, give me a second. Daku Zarski, you are going crazy today. We love your big... I don't even know what that says. We love your big stap GG. I don't know what that means, but much appreciated. You have donated 300 euros so far. And now the direct game was just given $100 and just said hi. Oh my word. Well, thank you ever so much, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, as I say, as it says down in the description, this is all going towards... Well, I guess now it's going towards house stuff. I mean, all the equipment for the house and things like that. I'm really going to revamp my studio and just make it next level. Like the ultimate... live streaming and recording setup. Again, has that happened again? Okay, good. But yeah, I'm gonna completely revamp my setup and just turn it into like the ultimate crazy gaming room, essentially. That's kind of my goal here. So yeah, big thank you for all your generosity. I cannot wait to get this started. And obviously, you know, once we actually get into the house, or if we get the house, I mean, we're currently subject to contract or something like that. I mean, it means that they can drop out anytime, and it also means we can drop out at any time, but we're kind of going ahead with it. But yeah, once I get that, I'll give you guys updates on Instagram and Twitter, and maybe even on the filming channel, potentially. Come on, do I not have any shulker boxes? Am I literally fresh out of shulker boxes? We might actually have to take some out of my pumpkin and melon farm system. Speaking of which, oh no. Oh dear. Oh dearie dear. Okay. So. Oh no! Oh no! Okay. I've wasted so many melons and pumpkins. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, I'm so silly. I built this wrong. So, okay, we're going to use iron blocks. Why is that still... Oh, there we go. Oh, so that was like a redstone problem. Ah, that was a redstone problem. So it wasn't even my problem. That comparator just didn't update. How weird. What did I just have it on to make it work? Okay, it was on not subtract mode. Okay. Right. So this is now fully filled in. So yeah, that system stopped working. I have been AFK here for like 2 days over at the villager breeder, and I just suddenly thought, I guess this would also be loaded as well. But I never checked to see if the system was working, and it wasn't because I'm terrible at redstone apparently. That's embarrassing. Ah. Oh. Well, anyway, what I am going to quickly do is I'm going to sneakily grab just one empty shulker box. That's all we need. Oh, actually, what am I doing? We've got some empty shulker boxes over here. This is why I can't find any of my shulker boxes, by the way, because they're just kind of scattered everywhere. Like, they really are everywhere. We have 21,000 people watching me, by the way. 21,000. I cannot thank you guys enough for tuning into my rambling. Honestly, as I said earlier on, you know, I always expected the first live stream to be bigger than this one. It hasn't been. This has been the same size. It's the same size live stream. So that's amazing. It's amazing. It makes me so happy to see that you guys actually enjoyed the previous live stream enough to want to come back and watch another one. That's so cool. I'm going to do these all the time. I'm going to live stream for the rest of my life. I don't know about that, but no, I'm going to do them a lot though. I'm seriously, yeah. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do because I can't really add too much into my schedule, and I don't want to take any videos out of my schedule in particular because I do like making videos, and I definitely don't want to switch over to doing live streams and things. But wow, I want to do these more often. They're so much fun. And you are right. Someone just put in the chat rambling, and you are right. I'm a true rambler. I've been rambling for the past 2.25 hours. I started off the live stream with technical problems, so that stopped me from talking for a little bit. But then I went straight back to rambling again. It's just what I do for a living. It's weird, actually, that this is actually what I do for a living. I said that partially as a joke, but then I realised that I was telling the truth. Anyway, before I start freaking out, I think... Where did I put my rockets? Oh, I threw them on the floor. Oh. Oh dear. Did I throw them in the floor or did I... I threw out some stuff and I was going to pick it back up. And it's despawned because I was rambling. No! It despawned because I was rambling. There we go. That teaches me. What else did I throw out? I hope I didn't throw out anything important. Oh. That is... I'm a bit embarrassed by that. That's how I normally play Minecraft. I'll throw things onto the floor, and then I'll do my crafting and everything like that, and then I'll be able to pick them back up. But because I'm live streaming and I get distracted a bunch, and I start chatting to you guys and doing other things, I start rambling and I lose them. Right, okay, so this is going to be good enough for most things. The only thing that we need more of is slime blocks. Let's just quickly pop on through. Oh, we need TNT as well. Ugh. So much. So much that we need. Right. So all of the farming resources are over here. And slime. Oh, wow. I was actually concerned that we weren't going to have enough. But that slime farm has been going to town. That is absolutely amazing. I dread to think how much lag is generating, me having those slime balls just traveling up through the system all the time. But it's probably a decent amount. I'm sure there's certain hermits on the Hermitcraft server that... you know what? Actually, no. I was about to say that my base is the cause of lag, but I can promise you it actually isn't. Ugh! Yeah, no, my base is actually pretty good. And we actually did some pruning in the Hermitcraft Season 5 base, because I genuinely thought that my base was just horrendously laggy in Hermitcraft Season 5 even. And people have downloaded... You cheeky! You! That was sneaky! I'm going back over on this side. I don't even want to deal with that guy. But yeah, we actually looked through, and my base was by far not the laggiest. I'm not going to tell you who had the laggiest base, because that's unfair. But no, I actually had a pretty reasonable base, and it's the same thing this season, I believe. But I am going to try my best to reduce the number of entities that are on the move, because that's kind of a bit of a... Look at this guy! He's like jump-shotting me! What an absolute champion! He deserves to kill me. I'm not going to let him, but he deserves to. That's hilarious. Anyway, are we good? We good to go? I think we're good to go. Let me know. Did you see Exuma's video title? No, I did not. I'm curious to know what it is now. That's got me curious. Everyone go and check out Exuma's video title and then tell me what it says. Is it in reference to me or was it just a really good title? Now I'm really curious. I'm going to have to check this out after the stream's over. Remind me. Alright? Come on, we can fly. That's it? Yes. Oh, we need the dead bushes and the TNT. Ah, my word. One of these days, I'll actually get good. One of these days. So, what else do we need? I might have to write this down. In fact, you know what? You guys write out a shopping list for me. So, we need dead bushes. I'm going to bring tons of diamonds. We're going to need... We have some sand. So, I'm going to have to craft up some TNT. So, we're going to need to grab some gunpowder as well. And then that's it. And then the dead bushes. Oh, and detector rails. Okay, that is more than enough. So let's do all the stuff that we can do at the base now. See, this is the thing. When it comes to live streaming, the one thing that I really can't do is I can't gather resources reliably. I seem to struggle with that. Don't know. New computer versus Mumbo's base. That's so funny. Oh, I love it. Exuma, you are a champion. That is the best title ever. That's so funny. Also, Iskal showed me a way because... So Iskal snuck into my creeper storage farm thing. And he showed me how he did it. Oh, I can't do it. He was so smooth at it as well. Let's see if I can do it. I don't know if I can. He's so much more skilled than me. No, I just crash into things. How did he do it? He just jumped and shot through. No, I give up. I'm gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way. But yeah, he was breaking into my gunpowder supplies. I really need to work on the redstone timings there as well, because it's so fast-paced. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and that should give us 1 full stack of TNT. That is more than enough for today. Fantastic. And then, oh my word, we need things like detector rails, mine carts. Oh, good grief. Okay. How do you even craft a detector rail? A detector rail is one of those crafting recipes that, despite the fact that I have been playing Minecraft now for what, about 8 years, I have still never learned how to make them. There we go. We are flying. But yeah, I've never learned how to make a detector rail. I'm hoping that we have a decent number of them. I imagine we probably do, just because I think we had some left over from a project. We have 11. That's not horrendous. Right, let's see if I can remember. Now, I feel like it uses some form of stone pressure plate. That is how I feel. So let's try that. I feel like it uses some iron, and I feel like it uses some redstone. Okay. So, we have no iron left. Oh, we do have some. Okay. I'm going to try and get this right first time. We got no redstone. Alright, I'm thinking. Oh, I was right. So that is how you make them. Okay, that's more than enough detector rails. Sorry about this. And then we are going to need a spare little bit of iron just for our minecarts. Which, by the way, so you know I put a bunch of minecarts into my... Okay, so yeah, we've got plenty of iron for minecarts. Fantastic. So you know I put a bunch of minecarts into my villager trading hall. We use enough iron on those minecarts to make a full layer beacon. So a full, like, 5... I think it's 5 layers. We use enough minecarts in that thing to create, like, a full 5... full-size beacon. It was ridiculous. I mean, talk about... I mean, can you imagine playing Minecraft without an iron farm? Man, imagine if they didn't exist. And that brings me on to, like, the point that I was mentioning earlier, which is that Minecraft is accidentally beautiful in that those sorts of things exist. Like, you can make use of villager spawning quirks, or iron golem spawning quirks, in that if you have enough villagers around enough doors, then you can get an iron golem to spawn. You can use that quirk to automatically farm iron. That was not intended by Mojang. Mojang did not think, oh... we'll make this the villager gaming mechanics. I mean, it says it's closed. And you didn't see anything. Nobody tell Concorp what I'm doing. 2 diamonds per 32. That's a solid deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think that's right. But yeah, nobody tell them that I've just done that. We're gonna place those back, and we're gonna walk away. We're gonna walk away. I paid though. Like they can't be mad. They still have stock. How are they closed but still have stock? What sort of shop does that? Normally you go out of business and sell off all your assets. Come on, I can take. Oh, come on. That's it. That's it. We're going. We're on our way. That's it. Come on. Come on. Come on. No. Yes, there we are. I hate not being able to take off in Minecraft. So what? So they were on holiday? Is that why it was closed? Hilarious. Well, I mean, you know, I apologize, but sometimes you just gotta open stores. Alright, I'm gonna bring about 600,000 firework rockets to this place. We're on 22,000 viewers, guys. That's more than we got last live stream. That is more than we got last live stream. We've actually grown viewers. People are enjoying me spamming firework rockets. Okay, let's see. So we are heading northeast. We have got the TNT. We've got the dead coral. We've got enough iron to make one of the minecarts. Well, we need movable objects. We need movable objects. So let's do that. Okay, what I'll do is I'll bring a bunch of furnaces. Let's see. How many do I... Okay, we got 41. Furnaces are good. We'll also craft up a bunch more. But no, that's amazing. I mean, I can't say thank you to you guys enough. Thank you for just popping along and watching. I mean, it's so cool to just chill out with you guys, read through your messages, see your instant reactions. Like for example, when I fail to take off in videos, it's fun, but it's not exactly entertaining. But there's something entertaining about you guys watching it in real time and seeing me just struggle. Look, I mean, look, let's do it again. Okay, so here goes. What we're gonna do is we are going to jump off the edge of my base. Now we are y equals 128. Okay. Hey, there we go. That's the trick. Maybe we have to surprise the game. That might be it. You know, because the game knew that I was trying to take off earlier on, and it didn't let me take off. But even I didn't know I was going to try and take off then, because I accidentally fell off the edge, but then I was able to take off easily. Maybe that is the secret to professional flying in Minecraft. You know, one thing that I'm very envious of Grian for is the fact that the dude can fly like he is a member of the Red Arrows or the Blue Angels. I think you guys have the Blue Angels. Is it the Blue Angels in America? We have the Red Arrows in the UK, so I don't know what you guys call them. But he is literally like an aerobatics just master. And that is coming from someone, right? So this, Grian, you have to remember, I don't know if you remember the start of Hermitcraft Season 6. Grian had never played in Minecraft 1.13. In fact, he'd never played in a version of Minecraft that had Elytra. He'd never used the Elytra before, and he had no idea that if you hit the ground too hard, you would die. Okay? He didn't know this. And now he's some kind of just aerobatics genius who can just fit through any gap. I don't understand it. I don't understand how he does it. It's ridiculous. So I'm very jealous of his flight skills, to be honest with you. Is it the Blue Angels? Okay, yeah, I was correct. That's good. You know, that's the one thing about being live and things like that, is that you always say, I can't fact check anything that I could say. Like, I could say right now that my feet are 17 foot long. And, I mean, I wouldn't be able to fact check it. Well, actually, no, that's a terrible example because I can see my feet, so I probably could fact check that. But I could say that, I don't know, I don't know. I can't think of any facts that I could potentially fact check right now. That was a terrible example. We're at 2.5 hours, ladies and gentlemen. This is the point where I begin to lose my marbles. This is where I begin to lose the ability to speak properly. Oh. It's crazy though how. So back when I used to live stream, for 2 hours, right? Guaranteed. I never used to live stream for longer than that. I've probably gone past my farm, haven't I? Woo! There's another... Wait a minute. That's not my witch hut. But it is a witch hut. I've lost my witch hut, but I've found a witch hut. So there's another one? That's interesting. I mean, unfortunately, it's not close enough, because obviously the first thing that comes to your head is we could have double witch huts, ladies and gents. That would be amazing. But unfortunately, I think it's a little bit too close right now to be able to be double witch hutting. Oh, You are the largest currently live video on YouTube again. Am I the largest currently live video on YouTube again? Seriously. Can someone please fact check that, please? Because someone did that in the last... People were saying that in the last live stream, and then I received confirmation via Discord. I'd be interested to know if I am. But, I mean, it's difficult for me to tell, because obviously I am currently live streaming. So am I currently the largest live stream? If I am, that is totally ridiculous, because I am one man in his bedroom. Playing Minecraft, literally digging a hole. Like, I am digging a hole in Minecraft. This is 2011 content right here, and I'm the largest. That is actually second. Okay, someone said I'm actually second. I might actually be second. Ah, yeah. People are telling me to cover the hut. That's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, we know where the central point is, don't we? Yeah, I would be stupid if I didn't do that. I would be stupid. Okay, yeah, Red Jambo, one of my moderators, has just said that I am the largest currently live stream on YouTube. YouTube, I apologize. I'm so sorry. I know that YouTube is really trying to push its live, setup, and they're trying to be like, look, live streams are the future of YouTube. And then I'm sure there's some top executive at YouTube right now who are like, oh, for goodness sake, this guy is the most popular live stream on all of YouTube right now, and all he's doing is he's digging a hole and transferring items from one shulker box to another one. I mean, seriously, like, this guy, it's his second ever live stream too. He's not even good. He's not even good. He's not even experienced. He's just hopped on. He's just live streaming. And he's the #1. Isn't that crazy? If someone right now... Oh, my word. If someone right now... Okay, so I'm just going to go and grab some obsidian. I do apologise for that. But if someone right now was to pop onto YouTube for the first time ever and go, you know what? I wonder what this whole live stream thing is all about. Right? They would see me as the #1. Like, the representative of live streaming on YouTube, and they would be like, this is pants. Like, what is this? Who is this guy? Why are so many people watching him do this? Oh, how silly. Closest to you is 12,000 followers. That's ridiculous. Okay, top of gaming, but not top on YouTube, I think. I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? People are saying multiple different things. It's difficult to tell. YouTube today, the world tomorrow. I would be third on Twitch. That's impressive, considering Twitch is obviously like a live streaming platform. That's pretty crazy. And I appreciate the fact that despite the fact that we've reached such a massive level of success, we are still getting people in the chat saying boring bye. Much appreciated. I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way. Thank you ever so much. Sorry, we just got a super chat from Troy Langer, who's just... Hey, they donated $50, which is a crazy amount of money, so thank you ever so much. And they said, I know you're losing your marbles, Mumbo, so buy some more. Absolute legend. I'm going to spend it on marbles. I will buy some marbles, and then I'll gradually drop them throughout the stream so people know what's up. Instead of having a face cam, I'll have a marble jar cam, and then you can just see how many marbles I'm losing throughout the live stream. I think that's the move. Anyway, let's grab ourselves some obsidian. Good grief, I am so hungry. So, for anyone who watched the previous live stream, it was late because I ate lunch, basically. I had some lunch before I started live streaming. I messed up my timings with it, and then that meant that I was eating it as I was meant to start live streaming. And yeah, my scheduling was all over the place. So, today, I actually skipped lunch, and my stomach is actually rumbling. So, you might be able to hear it. You genuinely might be able to hear it in the microphone. Anyway, where is my obsidian? I know for a fact that I mined a bunch of it the other day. Have I really lost it? I don't think I... Does anyone know where my... I mean, does anyone know where my obsidian is? I have literally everything. The problem is that I don't have a spot for obsidian in my storage system. So it just ends up like there's an ender chest back there. There's a shulker. Oh! I can make more shulkers! That's cool. And there's obsidian back here. That's not enough. But still, that's why you always look in the hoppers behind your chest. There you go. Nice. Man, I was wondering where all my shulker shells went. That's so funny. People are still going back and forth down in the chat about whether or not the biggest. I'm not. Whether or not I'm the biggest on YouTube. I'm not sure. But if I'm not, that's fine. I'm just happy to have you guys here, and I'm heavily enjoying myself. And I really do hope that you guys are enjoying yourselves too. It's super cool doing this. Actually, you know what? I probably shouldn't craft up all these shulker shells, but I will take them with me. Let's pop through into the end, and we'll have to do some obsidian mining right here. And then also, I think it would probably be wise of me to bring actually, that's a really fast one. Hang on a minute. So I've set my spawn. My spawn is definitely set over by where the thing is, isn't it? I've definitely slept during today's live stream, and I haven't slept here since. So in theory, we should be able to go through into the end, grab some endstone or obsidian. What am I talking about? We need the marble jar can so we can see how many marbles I've actually lost, because it feels like I've lost quite a few of them. It feels like I'm half empty on marbles. So yeah, we'll pop through to the end, we'll pick up some obsidian, and then hopefully when we leave the end, we should just appear at the mining place, which will make life really, really easy. So let's make sure that we don't have any form of stuff missing. I don't think there's anything that I need anymore. Well, I need a lot of stuff now, considering my entire inventory's disappeared. Right, that's good enough. Let's go and get my elytra sorted. It never ends. There's always one more thing. This is why, okay, people always ask me, how is it that Hermitcraft episodes take like 10 hours to record? It's this sort of thing. It's the sort of thing that you don't see in the episodes, right? You never see me. I mean, you see me occasionally. Come on! Yep, that's it. There we are. We're off. You see me occasionally going to the Guardian farm and things like that, but you would not believe how many things happen during the Hermitcraft episodes that you don't see. They're going back and forth, grabbing resources, just all the boring stuff obviously gets cut out. For those of you who are watching the live stream, obviously you get to witness said boring stuff, which, fair play, I'm glad that you enjoy watching it. But yeah, I mean, that is why Hermitcraft episodes take like 10 hours to make, because there's just so much that goes on behind the scenes. Like, for example, with that chorus plant farm that I built just recently with the crazy pillar type thing, it took me hours because we kept running out of resources, kept having to gather up things, kept having to replace certain stuff, bug fix, work out different things. It just takes ages. And for example, that's why it's so crazy that Iskal and Grian managed to, because they really did put in, I'd say, the lion's share of work in on the G Team headquarters in terms of like the actual exterior building. That's why it's so impressive that they managed to pull that off in such a short space of time, because it's not even at their base. So you're spending so much time going back and forth between the base and then the headquarters that it's just crazy impressive that they managed to build such an enormous thing within such a short space of time. It's just crazy. Absolutely crazy. I mean, there is not a time that goes by, right, where boring by isn't in the chat. I would say that actually like oh no, I've said that word again. This happened last time. I would say that is a phenomenon. Phenomenon. I have to say it like it's the start of the Muppets theme tune. You know, phenomenon. Phenomenon. That's the only way that I can say it. Phenomenon. Yeah, that's the only way that I can say it. I can't say phenomenon. Phenomenon? Phenomenon. I don't even know which way round it goes. Phenomenon. Phenomenon? Phenomenon. I think it's, yeah, phenomenon. That doesn't sound like a word anymore. And I think that's partly because it's not even a word. But the fact that I just took off with one rocket, now that is a phenomenon. Boring, now, bye-bye, hello. Much appreciated. Thanks to the person in the chat that just said that. Put more boring stuff in the episode. That comes from Night Yoshi, who just donated $2 through Super Chat. I mean, you know, I've played with the idea of including certain things in the videos that maybe aren't that exciting, but the problem is that they aren't that exciting, and people have gotten so used to my episodes being quite like choppy and kind of like, this is what I'm doing and it's done, and then here we go, this is what I'm doing here and this is what I'm doing here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just different styles of video recording. I might try and mix and match certain things. What is Grian doing, by the way? Like, what is he doing? He's building just horrendous dirt pillars and dirt bridges all over my base. Okay, now we go through into the nether. I was about to fly back over to the place, but thanks for reminding me, guys. So we're going to go through into the nether to get us through into the end, to get us some obsidian, which will then basically outline... All I need to do is outline the bottom blocks of... Yeah, I guess the bottom blocks of the witch hut, and then we'll know where it is, and then we can destroy it. It doesn't. The witch hut doesn't need to be there, obviously, but we just need to know where it is, because otherwise I'll get confused, I'll lose it, and then I'll be upset because I won't be able to build my witch farm. Anyway, Glitch just donated $10 through Super Chat, and they're telling me to eat some food. I guarantee we won't mind. Yeah, whoa. Oh. It looks like either there's been some kind of horrendous TNT explosion here, or this is actually starting to be taken down. That's very exciting. But yeah, no, who knows? I might eat some food. I'm probably going to be doing this for another 2.5 hours, so I can eat food afterwards. I'm going to get a pizza. Oh my word, I'm so excited to get a pizza. Oh, that's made my heart, like, that's made my heart skip a beat. There's something about, you know what? There is something about live streaming, right? Live streaming makes it worthwhile. There's something about recording videos or live streaming, talking to yourself for long periods of time, like for example 5 hours, like what we're probably going to do today, that means that rubbish food afterwards. And I know this is bad because I'm meant to be on a diet. I'm trying my best to slim down, but it's difficult. Well, it's not difficult. I lack the willpower at the minute. I'm really, really struggling in terms of like keeping myself. I mean, I wasn't expecting to go down this road, but yeah, like I've always. You know what? I'm not going to talk about that right now. But just a pizza after a live stream, it hits the spot. It hits the spot. Now I have a question, okay? And feel free. You know, the internet is anonymous, right? So you guys can be truthful here. Because I'll be totally honest, okay? I'll be the first person to admit that when I order a pizza, okay, as if I'm sharing it, all right? And you know what? Places like Pizza Hut and Domino's call a 15-inch pizza a sharing pizza, and I personally find that insulting because I eat it all myself. Now, be honest, okay, in the chat. Be honest. Okay, if you buy a 15-inch sharing pizza, I'm not talking about those ridiculous pizzas that you can buy that are huge, that genuinely are sharing pizzas. But if you buy a 15-inch sharing pizza, do you eat the whole thing yourself, or do you share it? I'm curious, because is this just me being a little bit greedy, or am I in the right? Yeah, same. Yep, so true. Pizza, Domino's, same. Boring bye. I'm gonna eat it myself. Thank you. Someone said this sucks. I appreciate you too. I like to think that if we are the biggest live stream on YouTube, they're the person that's literally just clicked onto live on YouTube. And yeah, they've never seen one of my things before, and they're just like, this guy is weird. What is he? How is this the most popular live stream on YouTube? But yeah, I'm so glad that I'm not the only one, because I always felt very kind of like slightly self-conscious over the fact that, because it's on Instagram as well, like people talk about when your friend takes the last slice of pizza that you're meant to be sharing, and it's like it's like as if my friend is getting anywhere near my pizza. I will happily spend the money to order my friend a pizza. I would rather buy my friend a pizza than have my friend share a pizza with me. Same thing goes for me and Vicky, right? When me and Vicky are eating pizza together, you know, she always says, I'm not that hungry, I'll only eat one slice. You're still getting a pizza, and you're not having a slice of mine. It's as simple as that. Anyway, yeah, that's just... Oh, don't want to do that. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad that I'm not the only one, because I was, as I say, feeling a little bit self-conscious over that. So thank you. And yeah, to the people who are asking why I was mining out the end stone, it's because I needed to get on top of this pillar. I have now realised that I could have just flown up there. That probably would have been smarter. But yeah, I'm grabbing some obsidian just so we can outline the edge of the witch hut. Shouldn't take too long. But obsidian mining is the only thing that I can think of more boring than digging a giant hole. Someone's just donated £1.55 saying "Cool Vicky." So we've had Cool Grin, Cool Iskal, and now we're getting Cool Vicky. Cool. I don't know what's happening to my voice. You know, I just saw someone's name in the chat that looked exactly like my best friend's name, and I thought they might be watching and commenting on me buying them pizzas. To the person in the chat that's just said, I've just ordered an 18-inch pizza to eat by myself. You're a champion. I appreciate that. I have been known to... I mean, 18-inch pizza, you actually have to look pretty far and wide to get one of those in England. But I have been known to consume one. There's actually... Oh, wow. Oh, we have a new top donator. I hadn't even noticed. Natsu the Typhlosion. I'm so sorry that I've completely butchered your name there. Congrats on the successful rocket launch. And they've donated £100. Wow. I mean, I hope that I get more successful rocket launches. Thank you ever so much for your generosity. That is totally ridiculous. And yeah, I mean, we've had a few. It's really hit and miss. You either launch on the first rocket or you launch on no rockets and you use up like a full stack. It's completely crazy. Oh, great. Now the entire chat is saying "Call Vicky." How about this? I'll call up Domino's Pizza and I'll order myself a pizza and then I'll eat it in the live stream, ASMR style, very close to the microphone. You get me chomping on through that stuffed crust pepperoni, double cheese. I'm not actually going to do that. Although I have seen that you can actually get plugins for, I think it's, what's that website? If This Then That. You can get like plugins that mean that if someone super chats over a certain amount, then it will automatically order you a pizza to your house. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty sweet setup. I'm very, like, I mean, that would be dangerous for me. Because I would grow to such a size during the live stream because I have a bottomless pit of a stomach when it comes to pizza. I mean, I can keep going all day long. Someone's just donated $10 for "Here is for the pizza." Thank you. Thank you. Can you please make a redstone spiral staircase one day? I have done that. At least I've made like a hidden one. It's hidden in the floor and then the floor folds out and it reveals a spiral staircase. Anyway, I would say... So what's the perimeter of a 7x7 area? It's 28. We have got more than enough obsidian. Okay, so let's just try our best to not cheese anyone off. And we are going to just cruise on through. I mean, Domino's, if you want to sponsor this live stream by sending over a pizza for us, then that's much appreciated. Domino's, if you're watching. Everyone spam Domino's Twitter asking them to send me a pizza. I'm joking, please don't do that, because some poor people at the Domino's like social media marketing team, whatever it is, are going to be like, oh, for goodness sake, another live streamer just can't stop talking about Domino's Pizza, and now they're requesting one. Okay, so the bounding box. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place the obsidian around where the witch hut actually is. And I'm assuming... Oh, okay. Oh, that must have been blown up. Oh no, I'm going to have to mine some obsidian. And again! It's not actually that bad. Do you remember back in the day when you had when you were just during the days before enchantments? This is going right the way back. Who remembers the days before enchantments? Be honest, down in the chat. I'd be interested to hear who's been playing Minecraft long enough. In fact, when did you start playing Minecraft? I'm so interested in this. Because, I mean, obviously I've been playing Minecraft for like 8 years now, but I'd be interested to know if there's people that have started playing much later. Is there also anyone that's just recently started playing Minecraft, like 2 weeks ago. You've like recently just discovered this game and been like, you know what? I'm gonna start playing now. These are both sides are interesting. To anyone who started playing like 3 years ago, you're boring. Go away. I'm joking. I'm joking. But yeah. No, Obsidian used to just be brutal. Like, if you filled your friend's base with Obsidian, which we all know we've all done, let's be honest. It's childish, it's silly, it's not even that entertaining, really. But we've all done it, we've all been there. I might actually take a screenshot of this. Just because... I want to know where the witch hut starts. So I'm going to take a screenshot and I'll send it over to people like Nenbomb and Ilmango, and I'll ask them where the bounding box of the witch hut actually starts. Oh, you absolute champion. To the person that's just said, I've never played Minecraft before, but I love these videos, that is amazing. That is so interesting to me. So you've never played the game that you're watching. That is so cool. But yeah, for anyone who's unfamiliar with the bounding box of witch huts, so all of this area around here, so anything that's engulfed by the structure is actually part of the witch hut. So that is the outline, but I'm not sure about the bottom. I'm not sure about the height. I don't know how high up it goes. So I've placed the obsidian down to the lowest log, because in my head, that's just how it works. But I could be wrong there. So it could be something completely different. So I'll send over the screenshots to Nenbomb and Ilmango, and I'll be like, look, I don't know what I'm doing. Can you let me know? In fact, actually, I'm sure people in the chat know. Huh. Someone who's just super chatted saying that I need to speak to X about the validity of my witch hut. I haven't actually spoken to him about it yet. We shall see. Yeah, I mean, I guess I haven't seen many witches spawn. I don't know. I'll speak to Eximbovoid. He knows what he's doing, and he'll be able to help me out. If anything is wrong or awry, we'll see. We shall see. But I just want to get this hole dug out. Even if the witch hut isn't valid, I will cry a lot. There will be tears streaming. I'll do a 5-hour live stream of me just sobbing into the microphone. But I think we should all be good. I imagine it's in a proper swamp. It's all pretty legit. I don't know how you would know, but it seems pretty good. Anyway, I'm gonna grab a drink, then we can start. Yeah. To the person in the chat who's just said, on Super Chat, they donated $10. Said, Domino's promo idea. Free pizzas sent to streamers over 20,000 viewers. I agree with that. That should be a thing. Free pizza to everyone who has over 20,000 viewers live on streams. 100%. What have you got to lose? It's a fantastic idea. I agree with it wholeheartedly. Anyway, we should probably start actually building this. So I guess we'll go out from the edge. And I suppose... give me a second. I'm actually going to have to... We're going to have to disconnect from the Hermitcraft server. And we're going to have to take a look at how this design works. And then I'm going to have to try my best to remember it. Right, whereabouts is it? Carpet bomber, there it is. So I'm going to have to try my best to remember it. And then we'll see. I mean, I'll take some screenshots, I guess. Oh yeah, that's the hole that I use for the thumbnail. Okay, so there it is. This is what we're building. Oh, we need cobblestone walls. Of course we do. Okay. But how many? So this involves three sticky pistons, 3 observers. Okay, I'm taking some screenshots right now. Ugh. Okay. I think I remember. I think I'm gonna know. I'll know what I'm doing. It's gonna be cool though. Once this thing starts rocking and rolling, it is gonna look seriously cool. So what we'll do is we'll build one of them and we'll get it going back and forth, I think. And then we'll start building up all of them. Ugh. I'll be back later, not boring. Bye. I love these messages. They never get old to me. They really don't. Is there Panda Express in England? That's a good question, because I've heard lots about Panda Express. No, but we do have Chinese takeaways. But no, we don't. I can't actually think of a Chinese takeaway chain. Normally they're little kind of family-run businesses. They're nothing... You don't really get like big chains such as Panda Express. At least I imagine that Panda Express is a chain. I'm not sure. But yeah, I can't think of any right now. Obviously, we have like sushi. We have like Yo Sushi is like a chain for sushi. But no, nothing. We don't have any like Chinese takeaway chains. So there's a hole in the market there. If any entrepreneur or businessman or whatever is looking to start up something in England, unless I'm going completely crazy, then I mean I'm pretty out of the loop with most things in life. So, oh, there we go. There's a witch. There's a witch. It spawned on top of the hut, so I don't know if that means anything, but there is a witch there. I mean, that seems unlikely. Does that not seem unlikely to you guys? That seems like that would be an unlikely occurrence for that to happen. I don't know. I don't know much about Minecraft. I just talk nonsense, and then people seem to enjoy washing. Washing. Oh, what's my marble jar looking like? It's nearly empty. They're almost all gone. I've lost almost every single one of my marbles. Watching. Alright, so we're going to need plenty of observers. Plenty of slime blocks. Probably not going to need the trident or my shovel or an axe, particularly for any of this. I'm going to put these shulker shells inside this shulker box. I have way too many like firework rockets on me, but we keep using so many of them. But I'm going to try my best to get myself set up now to actually do some redstone. We're only 3 hours into the live stream, but the redstone is starting. Okay, one thing that we are going to need is we're going to need to convert these into sticky pistons. And they are 100% sticky pistons. And then, what else do we need? So we've got slime blocks there. We're going to need the repeaters. Oh, okay, and we also need two observers on either end. So yeah, we are actually going to be using quite a lot of observers. I'm probably going to use stone bricks for the entire build. We need detector rails and stone walls, and then we're going to need to make up a handful of minecarts as well. So let's chuck all the rest of this junk out of here. We don't need any more obsidian. We also need movable objects. There's tons of stuff that this project actually needs. And then we also need building blocks. Yeah. But that should be everything that's needed. And then what I might do is I might not put it too close to the edge, just because I don't really want to blow up the edge and then have water flood in. Man, my stomach is rumbling so much. All that talk of pizzas is completely, like, it's made me extremely hungry. I'm so excited for food later. Honestly, I mean, I wish I had a time machine just so I could fast forward to food. Just so I could fast forward to food and then come back to the live stream. I could go back in time, back to this point of the live stream, and then continue live streaming because I'm having a really good time. I'm genuinely just having a blast right now. This is so cool. And to have the quantity of people watching and the number of people who are enjoying it and just having a really good time, it's such a wholesome experience. I have a beaming smile on my face throughout this entire thing. Not that you can see that because obviously I don't have a face cam. And on that topic, I mean, I've seen it popping up a little bit down in the comment section. Nowhere near as much as we've had a lot in the past asking for face cams and things. Hang on, just give me a second. I've just got to work something out. So we need to be 1, 2, 3 blocks from the edge. Maybe 4, just to be safe. And then I'm also going to go up a little bit higher. And then, I mean, how do I even build one of these in survival mode without it being wrong? Okay, so if I place this up here. Okay, it needs to be something like this. I'm just trying my best to remember how this works. So then there, we got a minecart there, which we actually need to craft. Would have been so handy if I had a crafting bench right now. So let's grab one of those. And what I'll do is I'll bring all of the iron with me, so then I can craft up all of the minecarts one by one. There we go. That is how to use a rocket, ladies and gentlemen. So then we need that. And then, yeah, if we chuck this minecart here, or this crafting bench here, then that means that we can kind of go back and forth, making minecarts occasionally, so that we don't have to have tons of non-stackable items in my inventory, because that's pain. And then what comes next? I think I need to be a little bit lower. I've just thought, this is going to blow itself up. We're going to have to mine out that tree. We might actually have to take out the witch hut. I've totally built this way too low. It's going to blow itself up. For goodness sake. And to the person in the chat who said, this isn't digging, it says on the thumbnail, automatic dig. The live automatic dig. So, no, it's not. We're building the things that are going to automatically dig for us. In theory, in this live stream, we shouldn't actually have to dig a single block. Right, just give me a second. I'm just going to grab the screenshot up of the machine. So yeah, it is what I thought. So then this then goes like that. And then we have our TNT, which of course I haven't brought with me, and my dead coral, which I also haven't brought with me. I'm sure all of you were going crazy about that in the chat. Dead corally, yeah, I can already see it. I can already see it being mentioned. And then this. Now we don't actually need that many. We shouldn't need a pickaxe, really. I think once you've built one, it will get a lot faster for us to build them. But just the first one is always a little bit of a struggle. So that's that. That's that. And then we do need a pickaxe because we need to get rid of the scaffolding. Because we wouldn't want this to get stuck anywhere. No! No! Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a lever and then we can test and see if this is actually duplicating TNT. Hopefully it is. But if it's not, then we can definitely do something about it. I've just realised, do I not have any way to... I mean, I guess if we craft up some sticks and then get ourselves going there. Okay, this time, because I've got food, it isn't helping. It's not helping. It's not helping. It's not! But even though I had no food and I wasn't really flying the entire time, I still managed to make my way back over there, despite the fact that I can't fly. That's the spirit. That right there was resilience. Ladies and gents, we have just passed the 3-hour mark. What on earth? That is craziness. And there's still over 20,000 people watching. Thank you to everyone that got involved and has got involved. And yeah, I have no clue how long this is going to be going on for. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how many of these machines I can make without completely losing my mind entirely. It's also they're a bit of a challenge. They're a bit technical. There we go. It was a bit of a that was a bit of a delayed action. But here goes. So let's see what happens here then. Right, lever, and we give it a flick. Lovely stuff. Yes! Yes, 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 yes! We have... No, we've blown up the wall. Ah! We're gonna have to do some patch-up jobs. Oh dear. Well, I mean, okay, so we've blown up the wall, but we got TNT. So... this is good. We've duplicated TNT. It's there. It's on the way. So we are kind of like halfway there on this thing. Now what we have to do is create the flying machines, which will allow us to actually move this thing along. So how on earth did we do that? I mean, I had it open on a screenshot. So let's just quickly... So we had one block there. And a sticky piston facing in this direction. Please do not knock the minecart over. And then we had another one off to this side here with the sticky piston off in that direction. And then we had both observers on either end like that. But before we do anything like that, what we need to do is we need to fall off the edge. That was the goal. We really needed to fall off the edge. It was important that we jumped off the edge there. I do need to go and sleep, so hopefully we can get that going. That's it. That's the spirit. We're on our way. There we go. Honestly, I don't understand. I don't understand why my connection to the server is so much worse than everyone else's, it seems. What? Wait. PewDiePie is playing Minecraft? So wait, PewDiePie is streaming Minecraft. What are the chances of that? How can I compete with PewDiePie streaming Minecraft? I might as well give up. Oh, for goodness sakes. What are the chances? When has he ever done that? Oh. What are the chances? Well, that means that me and PewDiePie are next to one another, I'm assuming. In terms of the streaming counts, both doing Minecraft. So now YouTube executives are just sat there going, "Oh my word, what is happening here?" Like Minecraft seems to have taken over the entire website. This is ridiculous. What are the chances? Oh well, there we go. Me just saying PewDiePie streaming live. I probably shouldn't have advertised it because now everyone's just gonna leave. Well, it was nice seeing you anyway. Thanks for coming along to my live stream. Oh my word, literally, me saying that knocked 500 viewers off the stream. That's like 1,000 viewers have just left the stream. How funny is that? That's hilarious. Oh man. Right, anyway, so these observers right here are going to take... Okay, let me try and work this out because this is so confusing to me. So that observer is facing... So there'll be an observer here that will face across into this piston here. And then... Okay, so yeah, so we're gonna have an observer here that will detect that. Redstone, 4 ticks. And then 1 tick. And that's it. That should be it. Now, I do need to build up my scaffolding outside the edge of the thing. Oh my word! I'm actually going to look on my... Because I didn't actually look at my viewers. We just lost literally 2,000 people. That's so brilliant. Well, thank you to everyone that's sticking around anyway. It's much appreciated. I can't compete with PewDiePie live streaming. I mean, geez. Especially when he's live streaming Minecraft. That's amazing. What are the chances of that? I mean, has he ever done that before? I don't even think he's ever done that before. I can't remember him ever live streaming that. But I wasn't even aware that PewDiePie live streamed, to be quite frankly honest with you. I did not know that. So this is all new to me. Anyway, so the next thing that we have to do is we need to make sure that when this crashes... this is really difficult. So we need that to stop there. Yeah, we need that to do that. Okay, that's it. That is everything on this side, and then we need to build something on the other side as well. Oh my, it's not going to take me... I, for some reason, thought it was going to take me 10 minutes per one to do. I actually think each one of these is probably going to take the best part of half an hour. But I think once I start doing it in chunks, then we might be okay to do it. But regardless, I mean, we can boot this thing up and we'll start seeing what it does. Right, so let's... This is how I fly now. That is literally how I fly now. Okay, so then on this side... Do you reckon it would be smart to get... Yeah, it's probably smart to get the Y value. I only have 8 rockets left. Okay, we're gonna have to use a different technique. We're gonna have to go over to the... Oh, Riptide, hello! That's the move. That is the move. Now, I can't believe that... See, now this, right? This, ladies and gentlemen... I give up. I actually give up. Oh. But yeah, this, ladies and gentlemen, is why it takes 10 hours to record a Hermitcraft episode. Because look what is in front of you. Oh, if I fell off again, I would just quit live streaming and I would stop. But this is why it takes 10 hours to make a Hermitcraft episode. Because look, okay, this has taken us, what are we on? We're on 3 hours and 10 minutes. Look what I've done. I've filled in this area with sand and I've made this one flying machine. That's it. That's all we've done. Like, that's nothing. And that's taken us over 3 hours. Anyway, so this is on y equals 79. I'm actually going to write that down. Because otherwise I will forget. Y equals 79 is going to be our level. And then, yeah, we can go from there. I'm glad to see that the live stream is coming back to health, though. We're back up, getting towards 19,000. We literally lost like 3,000 viewers within maybe 3 minutes of... Like, literally 2 minutes of me saying that PewDiePie was live streaming. We kind of raided PewDiePie, though, so I guess we can take credit for that. Okay, so the observer that is on this side needs to be on y equals 79, and it needs to be in line. It needs to be in line with the other side. So I am currently looking at... Let's see. Was I looking at y equals 79, or was that my head value? Was I being stupid? I think I was being stupid. Oh, for goodness sake, right, give me a second. I gotta go and check this, because otherwise it will break the entire thing. And I really wish I could fly properly without having to just struggle. Can you imagine? It would be bliss. I can't actually imagine Minecraft right now without this. Okay, so no, I actually got it totally wrong. No, I got it totally right. Right, we were looking at y equals 79. Right, let's get back over to the other side. Right, okay. So y equals 79. Would have been smart of me to get the coordinate, but thankfully there's a delay on my stream, so I'll be able to see. So we were looking at y equals 79. Oh, I couldn't even see it on the screen. Okay, doesn't matter. So if I look directly there, we need to be on that. We need to be on this side of it. So here. And I am looking at y equals 79. So that right there needs to be our observer. So I've actually built my scaffolding a tiny bit too high. So that goes there. And then we can go, I guess, I mean, scaffolding is going to be difficult. I'm almost tempted because we're going to have to go a little bit higher for some of it, just because we've got the forest in the way. We might have to do a little bit of work there. But if we then have, I mean, I guess it will have to be, so this is going to crash into this. I mean, if this works first time, then I'm going to award myself a medal. I'll be totally honest with you. I'm going to be very, very impressed. Because that never happens with this sort of thing. Okay, so then we need that. Then we need a furnace. 4 ticks there. And then 1 tick there. And then we need to make sure that the machine, the flying machine, doesn't get left behind. But we can do that regardless. Okay. Let's just activate it. I'm just going to activate it, and we're going to just see what happens. First, though, I am going to take out this tree before we blow up everything. Because I would be a tiny bit upset if we managed to blow up the flying machine on its first pass. I mean, come on. Like, maybe after a couple passes, something goes wrong. I think even taking out the witch farm. Or taking out the witch hut would probably be a good move. So, where is the TNT going to land? It's going to land somewhere in this line. Jeez, that's scary. That made such a loud noise in my ears. Okay, so once this is gone, then we should be safe, because there's nothing really that our TNT thingamajiggy can actually crash into. But as I say, probably gonna get stuck on things. It's probably gonna break in a number of different ways. But I'm hoping that it doesn't blow itself up, because it blowing itself up is kind of like worst case scenario, really, to be honest. All right. That's it. And that is it. Glorious, glorious, glorious. And I don't think there's now anything that this can land on. I mean, you guys can be the judge of it. You guys can definitely be the judge of it. This is all new to me. I imagine. Oh, we've got to be safe, surely. That's a little bit close. Let's sort this tree out as well. Because otherwise, as I say, I've built this way too low. I don't know what on earth I was thinking. I kind of wasn't thinking. I just want to get one working. I want to get one working on the Hermitcraft server. And then once we have one working, we kind of have the template. We have the groundwork. We know what we're doing. I love not being able to fly, then taking lots of damage when I crash into trees. It's the best. Oh, this is as good as Minecraft gets. I love it. We made it. What's the marble jar looking like? I think it's looking like it's got one marble left in it. I'm on my last marble. I'm down to the last marble. Oh. Oh, the beacon. Oh, no. Yeah, the beacon's fine. Thank you to the person that said the beacon. We do have to be wary of it, but it's not gonna get over that far. It's going back and forth. It's scanning back and forth on this one. Oh, yeah, it was raining. I could have used my trident. I would have been set. But instead, I made it sunny again. Okay, now to those of you who are saying it's one block out. No! To those of you who are saying it's one block out, it is actually supposed to be. So, yeah, the way that this works is that the observer that's facing in this direction. Oh, no. Okay. Well. I forgot the observer. Oh, I'm laughing because otherwise I'd cry. Just okay. We need an observer. We need an observer that is going to power that bottom piston. Okay. I think if I'm correct here. So if I place an observer facing downwards here, and then place a block. Really? How weird. I'm falling off of everything and it's driving me actually up the wall. I'm definitely not enjoying falling off of everything because I can't fly to get back up. That is weird. What is in the way? What is stopping that from moving then? Because something's got stuck. Oh no, that's not how observers work, you absolute moron. I can't believe I've just done that. That is not... It's just, why would I even ever think that would work? Okay. So, what we need to do, unfortunately, is we need to... actually, hang on. We can fix this. But unfortunately, it would break everything else. Okay, so this goes here. This goes here. There really is no way for us to power this piston without it breaking most things. See, the real issue is that I've built it wrong. So on the design that I have a screenshot of, the piston is directly under. Oh no! Perspective has made it look like it's directly under, but no, this section actually has to be 1 block higher. So this section here has to be 1 block higher, which means that everything that we've just constructed has to be 1 block higher. But that's not a problem because obviously now we know what we're doing. It's kind of okay. So let's do that real quick. So that needs to be there. This needs to be a block. This needs to be a block. That can be redstone. This needs to be a furnace. I wish I was using obsidian to a certain extent, and we actually have enough obsidian to probably be able to do it, so I might flip over, just because furnaces are frustrating, because obviously you click on them. Right, then this needs to go, this needs to go, this needs to go. I want to pick up every single block, because we're kind of running low on redstone resources. Okay, I can pick that one up. I can pick that one up in a second, but we just about managed to catch it. I hate slime blocks! Why? Oh my word! We've lost the last marble. The last marble has gone from my jar. Oh man. Right, Riptide. Oh, I just give up. I give up on Minecraft entirely. I'm going over to playing Fortnite. Right, no, let's not do that. Okay, so this goes up here. And then all we need to do is we need to place a sticky piston facing in a direction. I haven't worked out what direction it needs to be yet, but I imagine it's probably... Which way was it? So we want it to be, so it's powered. So this repeater here will power an observer that is facing across there, which means that the sticky piston goes on this side, and then this sticky piston goes on the opposite side, and then, I mean, just what am I doing? Just what am I doing? Like what has happened to my ability to control my player today? I just seem to be falling off of literally everything that I could fall off of. I have fallen off of. It's like I'm trying to fall off of things. I'm literally I'm playing pinball with myself and I can't take back off. And then when I do take off, I don't want to take off. I didn't want to take off then. Okay, we're back. I'm not moaning. Alright. Honestly, this pizza is going to taste so good tonight. That's all I'm thinking about right now. Once the live stream is done, I can just have a pizza and I can forget that I have got the worst balance of any form. I've never seen a Minecraft player with as bad a balance as me. I mean, seriously, I just don't understand how I do it. I fall off of everything in Minecraft. It's totally ridiculous. So that's that. There we go. And now we can test this. I think we've reached a point now where we are ready to test. I think. So what I need to do is I need to place in the final observer. The problem is that my elytra is staying activated a little bit longer than they normally do. But yeah. Okay, so we need this to go across like that. And then if we cause this an update. Okay, that's dropped. Wonderful. Right, and then we need to cause it another update. And then we need to break the lever. That will cause it another update. And that will drop more TNT down there. Man, this border wall is made of paper, isn't it? we use sand for the border wall when maybe we should have used something a little bit more substantial. So that should hopefully do the trick. And then gradually this thing is going to go back and forth. Okay, let's boot it up and let's get it flying. Fantastic. Okay, let's go the Riptide route. I think using Riptide is probably going to be the technique from now on. So that goes there. This goes facing back across. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time, finally. After much trepidation, we can break this block. I'm kind of nervous. Oh my word! Why did it do that? Why did it do that? I powered the wrong thing! It broke itself! We have to start again! Again! Ah! I would rather be digging right now. I don't like redstone anymore. I'm gonna stop doing redstone videos. I am going to just move over to doing house tutorials and happy things like that. Okay? Simple as that. Just what on earth happened there? I'm so lost as to what actually happened. Oh, okay, right. So we have a piston. Okay, so this is thank you to Elijah Thero, who's just said this hurts to watch. You're right. You're absolutely right. I don't blame you for thinking that. I'm gonna leave those things there. They can stay. I don't want those. That's tainted redstone. I do kind of want that sticky piston and that observer. I really don't want to knock this minecart. But yeah, so that goes there. Okay, let's get this going again. We're back on a roll here. And I can feel it. This is going to be good. So, if we go across like this. Now this is going to activate itself. But in theory, it should be okay. Is there any particular reason why that isn't up? That's not working. I hate the bounciness of slime blocks. It is impossible. Man, I said earlier on that this was going to take 10 minutes to build one of these things. And it is taking me the best part of an hour to build one of them. And I'm really not excited to build the rest of them. Especially because I can't fly. Just die in a hole. Just die in a hole. I might just blow the entire thing up. I mean, I might just... I just don't know what to say in terms of... It's so frustrating to build this sort of thing in survival mode. I hadn't even factored that into the fact that... I mean, I can't stand up, for starters, which is the most annoying thing in the world. You bounce off of the thing. I can't even fly. I can't take off. I mean, look at my connection to the server right now. That was better than most. But jeez Louise. And just landing on slime blocks is just not worth it. Okay, so that has worked. How is that already blown up as well? What on earth? It's just what is going on here? This is just mayhem. Just things going wrong all over the place. Okay, well, I need some way to activate this. Okay, I guess we need to sacrifice a lever again. So do that. Flick it so we can change state, and then break it again. And then that will fall down there. But I don't fully understand how it is that this isn't quite working properly. Because it's not. I mean, that is moving. So, I mean, if we update one of these. So if we update this piston here, it should go across. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we got there in the end. It's so gonna blow itself up. There's no way that's surviving until the end. It's also so laggy. I was gonna have 30 of these on at once. Are you joking me? No, that's not gonna happen. But now that it is working, I mean, I think we can all agree it's pretty cool. Alright, fine. It was worth it. It was totally worth it. I take back everything that I said. I'm sorry for everyone that you had to witness me raging and building this thing. But now that it is built, it's pretty cool. Like, I'm enjoying watching this. I could watch it do its thing all day long. The witch hut's been cleared, that's fine, but we've got that laid out. We know where that is. So now we wait and see what happens when it gets to the end. In theory, fingers crossed, if I've built everything correctly. Oh no, 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 it's gonna break itself! It's gonna break itself! No! Oh no, it's fine, it's fine. I mean, it is gonna break. No, it's gonna break itself! Okay. Not the end of the world. So, what we need to do... So, this machine is now... It has now got to go all the way back over to the end. Oh, it was so close to breaking itself. Oh, my word. Right, so it needs to go all the way back over to the other end. What it's going to do is it's going to grab the machine. It's going to take a long time, but then what we need to do is we need to place an immovable object where this slime block currently is to stop it from basically being left behind. Because we don't want it to spit it out, if that makes any sense. I don't think that made any sense. So we've got to do a little bit of waiting. I don't even know where the fly machine is. That's a good point. We might actually have to load all the chunks. Because otherwise they'll get stuck. Oh, that's a very good point, actually. Yeah, they're going to get stuck. As if this project wasn't frustrating enough. My flying machines are sticking. Well, let's see anyway. I mean, the send back system worked on the other one. So this flying machine is gradually going to make its way back. It's done a pretty decent... Oh, dear. What's it left behind? How's it done that? How has it done that? The lag on the server has caused it to leave behind a piston. And yeah, we're going to need more ticks. Okay. So, what we need to do is we need to wait for it to go all the way to the other end. Oh, my word. Okay, so it's not going to pick up the other piston, obviously. Oh. wish I could fly right now. That would be so helpful, because just being able to see what is happening would be the best thing ever. But, alas, what? Okay, yep. So that's making its way back over. But yeah, no, the lag on the server caused it to leave behind its piston, I believe. It's not a ghost block, no, because it hasn't brought the piston with it. So we have to wait for it to go all the way back here. It's then going to bounce off of that, but those are way too fast. So I can see why it did it. That was the weirdest thing ever. Oh, I mean, I really wish I was trying not to be good at Minecraft today, but... Okay, so this needs to be maybe 4 ticks. I suppose that doesn't make any difference, really. I don't know what to say on that one, because that's something that's never happened in my testing before. That's never happened in any form of redstone testing world that I've done. That's never happened before. So it's almost as if the server had kind of like a mismatch with the timings, really. And that's... yeah, no, that's not fun. That's not good. Because that could really, really mess with us. So let's see what it does when it gets to the other end. I mean, I dread to think, with one of these running, I dread to think what it will be like when we get all 30 of them running. I almost think that it's just not... It's not sensible or smart or anything, really. Ah. Oh. Yeah, what? Yeah, why did it leave that behind? Why did it leave it behind? Well, regardless. So, it's now picked up the piston. So, now we go back and forth. We're just gonna follow this thing and just watch what it does, because it's doing some weird stuff. So we can just yeah, make sure everything's all right. Anyway, big thank you to MCXLYO. I no clue how to say your name. Who said he gave £2 to top up the marble jar. Love it. Egg Boogie donated three minutes ago. Donated £2 via super chat, asking how are you so good at redstone. Were you watching the live stream 3 minutes ago? I was ready to tear my hair out, but thank you ever so much anyway. Max Ride donated $5 through super chat and asked me to build it on the ground. Then you can figure it out there, then build it in the air. Might be a good idea. It would probably be smart for me to just build up platforms here, and then I can know what I'm doing. But obviously, we don't want the TNT to explode on the thing. Maybe, ladies and gentlemen, maybe, just maybe, we might have bitten off more than we could chew with this project. And maybe, just maybe, it might not have been smart. And maybe, just maybe, I should take an L and... Yes. Oh, no, where was it? Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? No! No, 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 no. I do not want to lose this again. I can't remember where it was, though. How many blocks further back was it? Oh, I've lost my frame of reference. Oh, where does the obsidian block need to go? I'm going to take a wild guess and say here. Or even... I mean... That seems like it would be actually there. Oh, wow, haste. Now, in case you're wondering, so this flying machine only works, it only duplicates TNT when it's going forwards, so that's why we're not getting any TNT right now. So it's kind of going to be like an old school printer. It'll print in one direction and slide back across, and then, yeah, do the same thing again. But if we don't block up that wall, I mean, we're going to run into some problems. But I just want to see what it does over here, because that's so strange that it would leave it behind. And that right there is what we're working with. But then again, so I have removed a block that I shouldn't have done. Right, let's get this worked out. So we need okay. Okay. It's all a learning process. It's all a learning process. But you know what? I don't know if I want to learn this. I don't know if I want to learn it. I think I was much happier not knowing this. I mean, just the frustration of this sort of thing. I'm losing observers. We don't even know if my witch hut is actually going to spawn any witches. I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. Okay, let's just do it. Let's just try our best. So this observer will go here. That means that there's a sticky piston here. Right, one observer goes over here. And now this is okay, so yeah, we would like, we actually want that. Okay, let's get smart about this here. So we want that to stop there. That is where we need that to stop by. Because we do not want that to stick. Okay. So we're good there. And then when it's pointing in this direction. Okay. We are good. Okay, we're off again. Now, obviously, the TNT is not going to work while that water is there. But we are good. And we are actually destroying a slime. So there we go. It's a slime farm too. The flying machine's paid for itself. Now we're getting some pretty gnarly ghost blocks right now. But this thing is doing a pretty decent job at clearing out the area. Oh wow, okay, that was close. I mean, you do have to be careful a little bit of the TNT kind of exploding around you. But this is pretty satisfying, you know? Now the question is, what does it do at the end? That's kind of the big question here. Once we get this thing going back and forth, it will be fine until we log out and then it'll break itself again. Oh my word, that flying, man. Especially now that we have this flying machine activated. I can't fly because I've got a flying machine. That's essentially the logic. And I can't even see. Okay. It works, ladies and gentlemen. It works. We have got a working system. I never want to do that again. What on earth? Seriously. What on earth? I mean, just... Just the... Just... Oh... Well, we are automatically mining, though. So we are doing something. So we are chopping out an area of this space. We are doing it. This is it's good news. This is good news. Now, the question is, can I get faster at building them? Because that's kind of like the $1 million question. If I can't get faster at building them, then we have a big problem on our hands, because it's going to take so long to do it. I mean, there's 40 of these things. If it takes me 1 hour to build each one, like it has today, that's 40 hours. Might as well just mine it out. It's much less stressful. But then again, it doesn't look quite as cool. I will give you that. There is a slime. Is there a slime ball or a slime block? Anyway, let's quickly clear up this mess. Oh. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It is satisfying to watch. It's not, is it not? It has created quite a big kind of ravine already. And what level are we down to already? We're down to y equals 50, so it's already cleared out 15 blocks. I mean, if we're leaving this to do its thing, then yeah, might be pretty good. This might actually be the solution that saves our skin. I could ride in the minecart, you're right, but I really don't want to mess with anything. And I think maybe me riding in the minecart could potentially cause an issue. I don't know what sort of issue it could cause, but these things are so temperamental that yeah, I really don't want it to cause any problems. It will break if not loaded. Don't worry, my second account is loading the entire area. We're all good. Cool. It is cool to watch, isn't it? Right. Let's try our best to build another one then. Now, each one of these is going to be 4 blocks apart. So I guess if I build up something back here, I mean, nothing can reach this far, so that's good. So that is 1. It's very difficult to judge distances, that's all I will say. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Apparently I judged it perfectly. And then that right there is where the second one is going to be going. So we're going to have an observer here. That's going to be detecting our flying machine. And then this is where everything else is going to be going. Okay, so that's that. This flying machine. See, look, it's making its way back now. So it's not breaking. That's the most important thing. It's not breaking. To the person, Jan Galinsky, who just donated $14. Oh, about 5 minutes ago, just said deep breaths. I appreciate it. Sorry about that. I was getting so frustrated there. I'm not gonna lie. I was really getting frustrated. That's about as frustrated as I get. Seriously. And you know, if I was recording a video, I'll be honest, I would have taken some time out to just kind of cool off, because it's not fun. And to be honest, it's not fun. It's not fun when you're... That is the one thing about Minecraft, is that it is a game that can get frustrating real quick. But now that it's working perfectly, I'm a happy bunny. Nice. Very nice. Absolutely no complaints there. Oh, I'm complaining! As soon as I fall off things, that's when the complaints come in. I hate falling off of stuff. I don't know what's wrong with me. And yeah, I think I will build it up higher, but for now, just for this live stream, I'm gonna keep the ones on here because just at this height because we can, and I'm gonna build a handful of them, just a small handful. How does that math add up? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 4 blocks between each one. And then, yeah, the furnace goes on the outside edge. That goes there. Okay, so that's all shaping up to be pretty good. I guess what we should do is we should do, like, the... let's do this in stages. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's get that furnace in place. And then we'll build up all of these, so that I'm kind of not running the risk of falling off everything. Let's also take down every single bit of scaffolding that I have here. Just so it looks a tiny bit less kind of grotesque, because it is a pretty grotesque build right now. And then yeah, we can get this sorted. Thankfully, we are actually, you know, I as much as it's annoying that we're next to water, because obviously it means that we're going to run into problems there. It is actually quite handy being next to water, because it means that we can rip tide up. So anyway, 1, 2, 3, and then 4. So that's the 4th block, which means that this is then where our furnaces will go. And then this block right here is the one. So that's the second one done. Oh no, the third one done. Okay, so we've got 3 stations. Then I think we should do exactly the same thing on the other side. Is the machine on the way back? Yes, it is. Okay, so now that I've kind of worked out how we're roughly going to do it, I think it should become less stressful. If I could fly, it would be... I honestly, like, sometimes I dream of being able to just fly on demand and not have my... I have my thumb firmly on shift there. Which gives me an idea. Maybe I should have some kind of, like, face cam type thing, but instead of being on my face, we just have it on my thumb on shift. Because lots of people are still very confused about how I do it. And the answer is, I don't really know. Yeah, we're dealing with a lot of... definitely dealing with a lot of moving parts here. Oh. I reckon that's going to be the soundtrack of today's live stream, is me spamming the space bar. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. How many times do you think the spacebar has been spammed in today's Hermitcraft episode? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And then if we get this... Oh, look, the TNT's on its way back. God, that is satisfying. It's doing such a good job as well. I mean, look at the difference there. Nice. Oh, we are totally onto something here. Right, okay. That needs to be a furnace, but that's fine. You know, I do think to a certain extent, though, I have kind of somewhat learnt my lesson in that, I mean, this sort of project, so when it was just digging, then that works brilliantly for me for a live stream. But as soon as we started adding in things like, well, I mean, as soon as we started building these slightly more complicated and maybe frustrating redstone contraptions, to me, it makes much more sense that in the future, I'll probably do this in video form. Just because... I mean, I'm trying to do so many things all at once. That's the only thing. And I mean, it shows in your enjoyment of the stream. Like, I can tell that It's been a... Oh, dude, use ladders. That's such a good idea, Duality. That's such a good idea. How... I mean, just... I can't believe I didn't even think of that. So, yeah, that's probably a good plan. We'll probably do that. Probably do that, yeah. 2, 3. And then, I guess, these start one next to the one underneath the furnace. I'm so confused. So this starts, yeah, one underneath the furnace and one off to one side. So this will be the same thing again. 1, 2, 3. And then the same thing again. Just because I don't really know where the furnace needs to go. So that's why I'm using 2 of them. So that's all of the stations sorted for this area here. Which means that we can now build up the other 3 flying machines. Now, hopefully, because we have... So the reason that it was really frustrating to build these things is because we had the stations messed up, right? Well, hopefully, now that we don't have the stations messed up... Don't blow up your furnace, dude. Furnace missing under the repeater. Oh, yeah. Yep, thank you. Oh, come on! Yes, we managed to take off. How many rockets have I used in today's Hermitcraft live stream? That is the question that everyone wants to know. That is the $1 million question right there. I'm sure someone can count it. I'm sure someone will count it down in the comment section. This is killing it though. I mean, we have to admit, it is actually doing a very good job at mining. So we can't be too angry about what's happening here, but it's just not the easiest thing. So now then, if we get ourselves set up, so when it comes to the live stream, when it comes to the actual flying machine itself, so how did we build it? That is that's also a $1 million question right there. Okay, and how do we build it with respect to, yeah, to this? All right, well, I guess. So that needs to be a furnace. So thank you to everyone in the chat who was pointing that out, because that's probably the one you guys were talking about as well. So we'll make sure that that's all good. I appreciate the fact that people are still saying use sponges, even though we haven't actually done any form of water clearing for probably the best part of maybe 3 hours. I appreciate your dedication to the cause. Alright. Piston. I can feel it. We're going to find a rhythm now. I really hope these don't blow each other up. These things don't blow themselves up. So that goes around about there. Right, and then we need... So this is going to be a sticky piston here. But it would have spat out its blocks. And then this is where our minecart goes. See, once you have a framework to work from, it is so easy. It's so much easier. And here it comes again. I mean, this thing is really... It doesn't have to go back and forth, does it? just hearing that noise as it starts to kick off again is absolutely awesome. I mean, obviously, yeah, there's going to be some lava spots. There's definitely going to be some water spots and things like that. But I mean, I suppose if it clears out the main part of blocks, then we really can't complain. Mind the beacon. We're good. We're clear of the beacon. I don't think we'll run into any issues there. Okay, the only thing that's a bit of a shame is that we do have to go a little bit lower. Whoa. Okay. Okay. So I think what I'll do is I'll build a second layer to our thing. These are non-essential blocks, so then I'll come on through. And we need to build up the little TNT duplicator. So that is... What side did we build that one on? Because I don't want to build it too close. I think I built it on this side, didn't I? Yeah. So then all we have to do is go a little bit further across. That. And then it's just the coral and the TNT. And then the minecart. And that is everything. So I think that goes to show that it's definitely going to be faster once we get this sorted. Once we actually get into a rhythm, and I mean we've already basically just constructed one of them. So I think we actually might be able to do this. Because look, chuck a minecart in, boom, and then we need the observers going back and forth, which should be nice and easy. It's so difficult to move around. So yeah, I think using some form of ladders is probably the move, considering... I mean, I wish I was a pro Minecrafter and actually had ender pearls. That would be the spirit. Okay. Pow. And then, you ready? Are we ready to launch again? I mean, that is the question. Okay, I'll wait for this one to go first, because I don't want them blowing each other up. But hopefully... Jared Holy, who donated $5 through Super Chat. Mumbo flies like he's playing Flappy Bird. You absolute legend. That is totally true. Alright, let's do this. Oh gosh. The lag. Oh, we can totally only use 2 of these. I mean, it is very cool though. So we have managed to build some form of auto mining system. Oh gosh. Oh my word. I can't wait to fall into that. I'm going to fall in that. We all know that I'm falling in that. That's definitely going to happen. But I mean, yeah, I mean we've done it, and let's see. Okay, so all right. Here's the deal. Let's see how fast we can build this next one. So we've already built the station. Building the stations is so fast once you've done one. So now we see how fast we can actually build one without it being there. So let's go. So that's that. That's that. And then this needs to be 2 sticky pistons. Pow. And pow. And then they'll have their observers on them, but we're not going to worry about that for the time being. Then down here we have the little sticky piston that is controlling that. Or is pushing our little TNT duplicator along. So that needs to go in place around about here. This observer needs to go in. And then we need to build up where our minecart goes, which involves the wall, the detector rail, and then also the minecart. And then we need to block out from underneath. Which I actually need to be really careful of doing, because there is one approaching and I really don't want to break it. So I guess the rule should always be block out on the left-hand side of the one that you're building. Because it's on the left... Oh, it's on the right-hand side. Okay. I guess if we go across like this, yep, then that will allow us to do it, because they're not going to interact with one another. So then we make our way back across. Do this, do that. We place in the coral, the TNT, and then we remove all of the blocks underneath. think that's it. Alright, significantly faster. So we have gone from being 1 hour, because then... I mean, I probably should double check, but we built that so fast. Ah, the tree! No! No! Hopefully it falls, hopefully it explodes late enough that it won't blow itself up. Okay. We're getting quicker. We're getting quick. I mean, what do you think? We are getting pretty fast at that. I'm gonna be honest, that was much faster. Look how ridiculous it is. I mean, oh my word, I hadn't realized. So we've got the baby little screen on the left. Can you see all the TNT falling? That looks so cool. Right, I guess our job is now to kind of patch up water holes and make sure that we can essentially keep this thing going. I'm tempted to just leave these things to do their thing. I really want to know. Wow, okay. So we have to be real careful because we're going to create like infinite water sources everywhere. I also really need to get rid of that lava, but then I don't want to get destroyed by the TNT cannons as they come past, to be quite frankly honest with you. I mean, there's no denying it's doing a pretty good job at clearing out large areas of land. There's no denying that. There, I mean, I that's done more. These flying machines have probably done more than we did in our... Oh, my word. What was that? Did I just get punched by something? I think it was a skeleton. But yeah, I mean, these flying machines have probably done more in this small space of time than we did in the entire time that we were mining the other day. Like, I mean, they oh no. Okay, thank goodness for that. I thought I'd blown up all my I thought I'd blown up all my shulker boxes. But yeah, I mean that's got to count for something. I mean, look at them. They are pretty sweet to watch, and we can just leave them doing their thing. Turn off particles. That's probably not a bad idea. I'm still getting... Is that off? Minimal. I'm surprised because there's still particles for sure. I mean, I think the moral of the story is I just need to stay out the way. I think that's probably the best move. And not kind of walk alongside it, because I think it might actually be sound lag. Do you remember... I don't know if this is still a thing, so I might have just said something super old school. But do you remember back in the day you used to actually get sound lag? Like, if lots of sounds were playing at once, you would actually get lag just because the sound engine in Minecraft was so bad. So is that still a thing? Could that be it? Like the TNT, the kind of stacked up sound of the TNT is actually causing it to lag? I don't know. As I say, maybe that could be like a super old school thing. I'm not 100% certain. Either way, probably not in the best spot right now, actually. I could be about to get blitzkrieged. I mean, it should stop far enough away from me. Deary me. I mean, this definitely brings up an interesting question of what is the... This is so cool to watch. There's just TNT falling out of the sky. But I don't think we can have more than maybe 3 running at any given time, to be honest with you. I wonder how low it's mined out already. I'll drop down in the next couple seconds. Man, these things are impressive, though. Definitely very impressive. I love the fact that they just kind of, they do their thing, then gradually make their way back, and then just start it all over again. So if we get down to here, so obviously there's some areas that where there's just been water. So that's the one thing that you do need to do with these things, is obviously you're relying on them not finding water, because water is a bit of a shame. And it spreads so fast as well. I mean, look at that. You can see how crazy it's gone. And we just need to make sure that we don't get caught up. Wow, it's gone to bedrock. There are areas where it's gone to bedrock. Now, I imagine there was probably a ravine there, but still, it's gone to bedrock. Okay, they're making their way back. I mean, it looks like it's quite cavey under here, which definitely works to our favour, because that means that we don't have to worry too much about it taking ages. Oh no, there's a minecart there. Let's see what's in this minecart before it gets blown to smithereens. I don't know if I'm that fussed by the whole gem thing. Oh, I think we might be in trouble. Well, this has been interesting, to say the least. Very, very interesting indeed. I don't actually kind of know what to think. I really don't know. I don't know what to think on this one. I don't know whether to think maybe... It's difficult. Because... I mean... They're working, but they're not working as well as we kind of thought. They take a lot longer to build, they're a little bit more finicky, and they cause way more lag. So there's kind of... It wouldn't be nice of me for all the other members of the Hermitcraft server. There's 3 of them running right now, and just look how bad like my tick rate is, and also how much frame rate lag I'm getting. I think what might have to happen is I might actually have to take some time away, and I might have to have a think about what I'm going to do with this one. Yeah. I'm going to shut off all the machines, and I'm going to have a think. Oh gosh, I don't want to land in the lava! I just crashed into that one block. What are the chances that I would hit that one block? Right, now the way that we actually switch these things off is actually pretty easy. So we've got that going for us. So we can just put some levers up here, and then if we flick all of these on, then that will switch off the machines. Now obviously we need to make it so that we can access all of them, but that will make it so that we don't constantly have them flying back and forth. So hopefully once this lands, it will actually stop. But oh my word, it has done a lot of damage, hasn't it? Difficult. Very difficult decisions ahead. Very, very difficult decisions ahead. Sweet. Okay, and then we can reactivate it just by flicking that lever, and that will send them off. Oh, difficult. Difficult. Don't know what to say on that one. I thought this was a cool idea. Probably would be a cool idea, but I think maybe potentially it might cause more problems than it actually solves. I don't know. I mean, you know what? I'm going to have a think about it. I think I might do like a poll on Twitter and just ask you guys what you think of this one, and yeah, what you think I should do. I mean, we don't even know if the witch hut that we have is even a witch hut. There doesn't seem to be any witches spawning, so I have to speak to Exhumable about that one. But I think for today, I'm going to wrap things up. I think it's been a lot of fun doing today's live stream. It's been pretty frustrating. I'll be the first person to admit that things like that keep happening, and I'm falling off everything, and then being able to fly back onto it just is not happening. So I'm not able to really move around effectively on the Hermitcraft server. But we have made some very good progress. We actually did manage to... Well, first off, we filled in all this sand, which is pretty impressive. And then we did manage to set ourselves up with some automatic miners, and they completely destroyed the server with lag, but made a lot of progress. So who knows, maybe we should do it in small batches. Maybe I should just do this over a couple of months, just building 3 of them at a time, and then just leaving them going overnight. I don't know. I do not know. Let me know your thoughts. Anyway, I really do hope that you enjoyed today's live stream. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you to everyone also who was in the super chat as well. You guys are the best. I mean, I cannot thank you enough for your generosity. And yeah, thank you to everyone for getting involved. It's been a lot of fun. I think I'm going to leave before I die here, but I really do hope you enjoyed, and I will catch you in the next live stream. 4 hours and 15 minutes. Goodbye.